السلام الملكي.
National Anthem.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سعادة رئيس مجلس الأمناء، سعادة رئيس الجامعة، سعادة نواب رئيس الجامعة، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، ضيوفنا الكرام.
The Chairman of the Board of Trustees, the Vice Chairman of the Board of Trustees, the President of the University, the Vice President of the University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
يشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذا الحدث المميز، مؤتمر IEEE الدولي 21 لهندسة الأعمال الرقمية، بعنوان استثمار ثورة الذكاء الاصطناعي في تشكيل السوق الرقمي.
It's my honor to welcome you all to this special event hosted by Mustaqbal University, the IEEE International Conference on E-Business Engineering, IEEE 2025.
وخير ما نبدأ به تلاوة عطرة من القرآن الكريم مع القارئ جامع باسم العبد الله.
We began this ceremony with a blessed recitation from the Holy Quran with Jami' Basim al-Abdallah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. قل يا عبادي الذين أسرفوا على أنفسهم لا تقنطوا من رحمة الله إن الله يغفر الذنوب جميعا إنه هو الغفور الرحيم وأنيبوا إلى ربكم وأسلموا له من قبل أن يأتيكم العذاب ثم لا تنصرون واتبعوا أحسن ما أنزل إليكم من ربكم من قبل أن يأتيكم العذاب بغتة وأنتم لا تشعرون أن تقول نفس يا حسرة على ما فرطت في جنب الله وإن كنت لمن الساخرين أو تقول لو أن الله هداني لكنت من المتقين أو تقول حين ترى العذاب لو أن لي كرة فأكون من المحسنين بلى قد جاءتك آياتي فكذبت بها واستكبرت وكنت من الكافرين ويوم القيامة ترى الذين كذبوا على الله وجوههم مسودة أليس في جهنم مثوى للمتكبرين وينجي الله الذين اتقوا بمفازتهم لا يمسهم السوء ولا هم يحزنون.
في هذا المؤتمر نسعى إلى فهم نقطة التقاء التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي والإنسان، ونحن هنا اليوم في جامعة المستقبل بمدينة بريدة نسهم في حوار عالمي حول كيفية تطور الذكاء الاصطناعي وكيف يعيد تشكيل مؤسساتنا واقتصادنا وحياتنا، والأهم من ذلك كيف نوجهه نحو مستقبل مزدهر.
This conference seeks to explore the intersection of technology, artificial intelligence, and humanity. As we gather here in Mustaqbal University in Buraida, we join a global dialogue on how advancements in AI are reshaping our institutions, economy, and daily lives, and how we can guide these innovations toward a more flourishing and a human-centered future.
وأما الآن مع البروفيسور فاروق قدير حسين ليلقي الكلمة نيابة عن IEEE والبروفيسور آنغ تشانغ لي من TCBIS.
On behalf of IEEE, Professor Farouk Qadir Hussain and Eng Cheng Li from TCBIS will now share a few remarks about this important conference.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to come to join the 2025 ICEEE. And I'm Yinsheng Li from China, Shanghai and Fudan University. I am the chair of IEEE Technical Committee on Business Information Systems. And TCBIS sponsor and support many related conferences. In the past 20 years or longer, we continue to provide value to the business society, and we use emerging digital technology, IT technology, such as from multi-agent system and service computing, cloud computing, semantic computing, and blockchain, and AI, and also large language model. So we use the technology to improve the business process and make it more connected, digitalized, and smart. So we provide, we make a business with a lower cost, with higher efficiency, and easy to use. So also TCBIS and we provide a great platform for people to grow from students to professors and even more. And the next generation, our students, even our children, they are growing and enjoy us. Thanks, great thanks to Mustaq University for Mustaq University for your great support to make this happen, and also great thanks to all the organizing committee. You did a great work. Finally, I hope all of us and to join and exchange research ideas and research finding. I hope everyone enjoy. That's all. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, and good morning. First of all, I would like to acknowledge and thank Professor Abdul Rahman and Professor Muhammad for so warmly welcoming us to Istanbul University today morning. This conference is in its 21st edition, so as you can imagine, we are now entering the third decade, and it's quite appropriate that in an era of profound change is being held in this city, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Asia in general, and this region in particular, is the future, is the powerhouse. And right now in this conference, during this conference, like we will be talking about how artificial intelligence can be used in many different walks of life, not just e-business. E-business is a very practical application, of course, but in areas like health and many others. So I think it's very timely that, and it's very opportune that it's being held in the city that it's being held. Having said that, I would like to particularly thank His Royal Highness Prince Faisal yesterday for hosting us in his palace. I mean, the vision of His Highness and the way that he spoke about that conference, I think it left a lasting impression on all the conference delegates. Having said that, as I said, yesterday we were treated to 4 very high quality tutorials and sessions. The conference over its time has attracted many different papers, out of which we have very carefully listed and identified 65 papers for presentation over today and tomorrow. I do hope that we all take the time to attend these sessions, network with each other, tend to grow collaboration with each other, and as Professor Lee mentioned, as the chair of the IEEE Technical Committee on Business Information Systems, we do hope that everyone joins that committee. It's a body for networking, for growing and all. So having said that, it's my great honor and with great humility, given the distinguished guests all present here, that I declare the conference open. Thank you.
لقد اعتمدت رؤية المملكة 2030 بشكل استراتيجي على الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات، بوصفهما محركين أساسيين للنمو الاقتصادي والتقدم الرقمي، الأمر الذي أسهم في تبوء المملكة مراكز متقدمة في مؤشر الذكاء الاصطناعي العالمي. ونؤمن بأن تنمية رأس المال البشري هي حجر الأساس، ولذلك تبنت الجامعات السعودية برامج تخصصية في الذكاء الاصطناعي، وأطلقت المملكة مبادرة مليون سعودي في الذكاء الاصطناعي لبناء المتخصصين والقادة القادرين على صناعة المستقبل.
Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 strategically places artificial intelligence and data at the core of its economic and digital transformation. These efforts have elevated the kingdom to a lead position in the global AI index. A key component of this success is the human capital development. As Saudi universities continue establishing specialized AI programs aimed at graduating a new generation of skilled professionals.
في زمن التحولات الكبرى ترسم المملكة العربية السعودية ملامح المستقبل برؤية طموحة تستشرف الغد. هي رؤية المملكة 2030 التي جعلت من التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي ركيزة أساسية لبناء اقتصاد مزدهر ومجتمع رقمي متطور. الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات هما وقود هذه الرؤية وأحد أسرار تقدم الأمم في العصر الحديث. وقد أثمر هذا الاهتمام بتحقيق المملكة المركز الرابع عشر عالمياً والأول عربياً في المؤشر العالمي للذكاء الاصطناعي، إضافة إلى ربط 66 هدفاً من أهداف الرؤية المباشرة وغير المباشرة بهذا المجال الحيوي. ولأن بناء الإنسان هو أعظم استثمار، تتسابق الجامعات السعودية لتكون في طليعة هذا التحول الوطني، فأطلقت تخصصات أكاديمية متقدمة في الذكاء الاصطناعي وعلوم البيانات، وأنشأت مراكز بحثية متخصصة لتأهيل جيل من الشباب الممكن يسهم في تحقيق طموح المملكة نحو تخريج مليون سعودي متخصص في الذكاء الاصطناعي. وفي قلب هذا الحراك العلمي والتقني تبرز جامعة المستقبل في بريدة كنموذج وطني ملهم يدرك أهمية الذكاء الاصطناعي كقوة دافعة للاقتصاد والتنمية. ومن هذا الإدراك العميق استحدثت الجامعة برنامج الذكاء الاصطناعي وأنشأت مركز المستقبل للابتكار ليكون مركزاً بحثياً ريادياً على المستوى المحلي، يحول الأفكار البحثية إلى حلول تطبيقية تسهم في تطوير القطاعات الحيوية وخدمة التنمية في منطقة القصيم خصوصاً وفي المملكة عموماً. وقد تشرف هذا الصرح العلمي بدعم كريم من صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير الدكتور فيصل ابن مشعل ابن سعود ابن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة القصيم، الذي افتتح المركز مؤكداً أهمية التكامل بين المؤسسات التعليمية ومسيرة التنمية الشاملة.
لهذه الجامعة الفتية، هذه الجامعة التي ولله الحمد لها بصمات كبيرة في مجالات متخصصة في العلوم التي ينشدها كل طالب وطالبة للرقي إن شاء الله للمستقبل.
تحول دعم سموه إلى واقع ملموس عبر مشروعات بحثية نوعية استفادت منها جهات حكومية وخاصة، جعلت من الجامعة شريكاً فاعلاً في تحقيق مستهدفات التنمية الوطنية. واليوم تواصل جامعة المستقبل هذا النهج الريادي، فتستضيف أحد أرقى المؤتمرات التقنية العالمية، وهو مؤتمر منظمة مهندسي الكهرباء والإلكترونيات IEEE الدولي 21 لهندسة الأعمال الرقمية، والذي يحمل عنوان استثمار ثورة الذكاء الاصطناعي في تشكيل السوق الرقمي IEEE 2025 كجزء من سلسلة المؤتمرات المرموقة التي انطلقت منذ عام 2003 تحت مظلة منظمة مهندسي الكهرباء والإلكترونيات IEEE الدولية، وهي أكبر منظمة مهنية تقنية في العالم. ينعقد المؤتمر بمشاركة نخبة من الباحثين والعلماء من أكثر من 23 دولة حول العالم. وعلى مدار 3 أيام يغطي المؤتمر مجموعة واسعة من المواضيع المتقدمة التي تعكس أحدث التوجهات العالمية. وسيشهد المؤتمر نقاشات علمية ثرية حول أحدث تطورات استثمار ثورة الذكاء الاصطناعي في تشكيل السوق الرقمي. وقد حكم أكثر من 80 ورقة علمية، ونشر منها 45 بحثاً محكماً في مكتبة IEEE Explore المرموقة، مما يمنحها انتشاراً واسعاً وتأثيراً أكاديمياً عالمياً. كما نظمت خلال المؤتمر 4 ورش تدريبية متخصصة استهدفت تمكين الكفاءات الوطنية وتبادل الخبرات بين المشاركين من مختلف الدول في بيئة علمية ثرية بالتفاعل والابتكار. إن هذا الحدث العالمي يأتي تأكيداً على مكانة جامعة المستقبل في دعم البحث العلمي وترسيخ حضور منطقة القصيم في الخارطة الدولية للعلوم الحديثة، ليكون هذا المنجز شاهداً على أن القصيم جزء لا يتجزأ من طموح المملكة ومن رؤية خادم الحرمين الشريفين وولي عهده الأمين في أن تكون منارة عالمية للذكاء الاصطناعي تحت راية وطن يضع المعرفة والتقنية في قلب رؤيته للمستقبل.
وتقدم جامعة المستقبل اليوم كنموذج مؤسسي رائد من خلال تأسيس مركز الابتكار الهادف إلى تحويل أبحاث الذكاء الاصطناعي إلى حلول عملية تخدم التنمية على المستويين المحلي والوطني. وقد تجسد هذا الالتزام في استضافة الجامعة للمؤتمر العالمي IEEE 2025 الذي ركز على دور الذكاء الاصطناعي في السوق الرقمية، وقدم عدداً من الأبحاث المحكمة التي ستنشر في مكتبة IEEE Explore المرموقة، مما يمنحها انتشاراً واسعاً وتأثيراً أكاديمياً عالمياً.
Mustaqbal University proudly serves as a model institution by establishing an innovation center dedicated to translating AI research into practical solutions for regional and national development. This commitment is reflected in hosting this prestigious IEEE ICEBE 2025, which focused on AI's transformative role in the digital economy and features pre-reviewed papers published in the IEEE Explore Digital Library.
أما الآن مع كلمة سعادة الدكتور سليم السليم، نائب رئيس الجامعة للتطوير والمسؤولية المجتمعية.
On behalf of Mustaqbal University, Dr. Salim Al-Salim, Vice President for Development and Community Responsibility, will now share some additional insight about this conference.
صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا، حياكم الله في هذا الحدث الدولي. السؤال الحقيقة بعد ما سمعنا هذه الكلمات، كيف نقتنص ونستثمر الذكاء الاصطناعي؟ كيف نحاول أن نرفع المؤشرات الوطنية في هذا المجال؟ لعله مثل هذا الحدث واستثمار يعني تشاور العلماء وما توصل إليه العلماء من أبحاث، هذا جزء لا يتجزأ من محاولة خوض هذا البحر والوصول إلى ما نصبو إليه. الشركات الداعمة مشكورة، لها يعني سبق كبير في عملية إثراء الوطن في التقدم في هذا المؤشر. شركة تيتو مشكورة، هي الراعي الماسي لهذا المؤتمر، يمثلهم معاذ الخليل مشكورا في هذه الجلسة. لديهم عدد من المشاريع الضخمة في هذا المجال في محاولة اقتناص التقنية واستفادة من التقنية في التقدم. شركة ريناد المجد وممثلهم المهندس فياض بيان مشكورا أمس أثرانا في محاضرة جميلة جدا حول هذا الموضوع، كيف نستثمر الذكاء الاصطناعي. هناك تقدم كبير في هذا المجال، هناك دول تحاول أن تغير خريطة يعني الاستثمار أو العائد على الاستثمار في هذا المجال. كيف نستثمر هذا الحدث وهذه التقنية في ما يعود علينا بالنفع. سعيدين الحقيقة بكم جميعا. أنا ما ودي أن أطيل الحديث، سعيد بالجميع. أشكر سعادة رئيس مجلس الأمناء على تفضله بحضور هذا الحفل، سعادة رئيس الجامعة على دعمه المتواصل، سعادة نائب رئيس مجلس الأمناء الدكتور هشام المشيقح على تفضله ودعمه الدائم لهذا الحدث. أشكر الحقيقة المتحدثين الرئيسيين معنا الدكتور علي شكر والأستاذ فدوى البواردي إن شاء الله في الطريق أيضا ستتحدث معنا كمتحدث رسمي. أشكرهم الحقيقة على تقبلهم حضور هذا الحدث. أشكر أيضا تشاو البروفيسور تشاو على حضوره من بريطانيا لحضور هذا الحدث وتنظيمه لهذا الحدث ورئاسة اللجنة التنفيذية لهذا الحدث. أشكر أيضا إنج لي على حضوري أيضا لهذا الحدث وهو أحد يعني أركان هذا المؤتمر. أشكر البروفيسور فاروق أيضا على تفضله إدارة هذه اللجان وتحمله قرابة تقريبا حوالي 7 أشهر من العمل في تنظيم هذا الحدث. أشكر من هم خلف هذا أيضا العمل، الأستاذ الدكتور سالم الخلاف، الأستاذ الدكتور ثامر، أسامة الفراج عفوا. الجميع الحقيقة كان لهم دور كبير في نجاح هذا المؤتمر. الكلمات الشكر لن توفيكم حقكم. أشكر أيضا اللجان المنظمة داخل الجامعة، اللجان الإعلامية كان لهم دور كبير في إنجاح هذا الحدث. لعلي إن شاء الله ما أكون نسيت أحد. أتقدم بوافر الشكر لكل من كان خلف نجاح هذا الحدث، ويسعدنا بهذا اليوم أن تكونوا معنا. وإن شاء الله يعني اليوم الجدول طويل إلى الساعة 5 تقريبا، هناك عدد 5 جلسات تقريبا متوازية لأن عندنا 46 ورقة علمية منشورة، فلو نبي نخليها بالتسلسل ممكن نحتاج يمكن 4 أو 5 أيام. حاولنا ندمج يعني الجلسات ونضعها بطريقة متوازية حتى نقلل فترة المؤتمر قدر المستطاع، لعل إن شاء الله يستطيع المهتم أنه يصل إلى الأبحاث التي تهمه بكل سهولة ويسر. شكرا لكم جميعا.
أخيراً، تؤكد هذه الجهود مجتمعة طموح منطقة القصيم والمملكة عموماً لأن تكون منارة عالمية في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي.
Finally, these collective efforts reaffirm the Qasim regions and indeed Saudi Arabia's aspiration to become a global hub for artificial intelligence and innovation.
وفي هذه اللحظة وقبل الختام نقدم باقة عرفان لمن كانوا خلف نجاح المؤتمر من الرعاة واللجان التنظيمية والعلمية، فليتقدموا للتكريم.
At this moment, before we conclude, we would like to express our sincere to all these who are component to the success of this conference, our sponsors and organizing and scientific committees. We now invite them to come forward to receive their
المتحدث الرئيسي للمؤتمر الدكتور علي محي الدين شكر، أستاذ مشارك في جامعة الملك عبد الله للعلوم والتقنية.
المتحدثة الرئيسية للمؤتمر أستاذة فدوى سعد البرادي، مديرة تنفيذية لشركة فدوى البرادي.
الراعي الماسي الأستاذ عبد الكريم بن عجيل الجربة، يستلمها نيابة عنه الأستاذ معاذ بن إبراهيم الخليل، المدير التنفيذي لشركة تيتو.
الراعي الداعم المهندس فياض بيان، المدير التنفيذي لرناد المجد.
راعي الضيافة فايز بن سليمان الفايز، المدير التنفيذي لشركة وجار. نائب رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية الأستاذ الدكتور سالم بن صالح الخلف، نائب رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية في جامعة القصيم.
عضو اللجنة التنظيمية الأستاذ الدكتور أسامة بن عبد العزيز الفراج، عضو اللجنة التنظيمية لجامعة الملك سعود.
رئيس اللجنة الإعلامية الأستاذ أحمد فهمي حاج، رئيس اللجنة الإعلامية في جامعة المستقبل. رئيس اللجنة التنفيذية IEEE الأستاذ الدكتور تشاو كاولينغ، رئيس اللجنة التنفيذية IEEE في جامعة ريهايمون لندن.
Professor Ko Ming Chow, IEEE General Chair, University of Rehon, United Kingdom.
البروفيسور آنغ تشانغ لي من TCBIS.
Professor Farouk Qadir Hussain, IEEE General Chair, University of Technology in Sydney.
رئيس اللجنة العلمية في IEEE الأستاذ الدكتور عمر قدير حسين، رئيس اللجنة العلمية في IEEE نيو ساوث ويلز سيدني.
Professor Omar Qadir Hussain, IEEE Program Community Chairs, University of New South Wales.
نائب رئيس مجلس الأمناء الدكتور هشام المشيقح.
رئيس اللجنة التنظيمية في الجامعة الدكتور سليم بن صالح السليم، نائب رئيس الجامعة للتطوير والمسؤولية المجتمعية لجامعة المستقبل.
وفي الختام نشكر لكم حسن استماعكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you all.
تست.
عندنا مايك. الصوت واضح. انت بدك مايك؟
We're going to start to the main speaker. We are welcome Prof. Ali Shukr from King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. The speaker now talk about AI in action. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So, welcome, Prof.
شكرا.
You can start. Thank you.
very much. Sure.
I think while everyone is having their coffees and joining in, is that audible? Yeah. So while everyone is having their coffees and the gentleman is just shutting the door for everyone to come in, following the opening session, we want to warmly welcome you to the first keynote of this conference. We are very honored to have Professor Ali Shukr, who has an illustrious track record, not just as an academic, but as someone who transcends both academia and industry, spanning 2 to 3 continents, depending upon how you count continents or so. So Professor Ali finished his PhD from University of Toulouse in France. For those of you who don't know, that's a very, very good university. He finished it with the highest honors. Following that, he worked at the University of Minho in Portugal. And during that time, if you look at his publications are, as I said, not purely academic, but something that have high practical value. He has published in several Q1 journal articles, and most importantly, he has received several outstanding awards from conferences and funding from the European Council or the European Commission as well, which we all know is not easy. So with that, we would like to welcome Professor Ali to the stage, and as the saying goes, some people do not need introduction, and Professor Ali is one of them.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. So thank you very much for having me. I'm humbled and privileged to be with you also. And I'm very excited because when I arrived to Saudi Arabia, so I had a mandate, and still I have it, inshallah, to help as much as possible to build the R&D community in what I have as a power at KAUST, and with my connections and with my experience, of course. And among these objectives are visiting universities to see where research skills are, where are competent people, active people, so that we can build together, because I cannot build this only myself. And especially with the Vision 2030, cybersecurity is very important, because we should have, like, we noticed probably if you are listening, hearing the news, you know that without sovereignty we can do nothing, right? So now we have some restrictions on the use of some technology. We have shortage, they delay us for some time, and this is gonna continue apparently. So we have to try to localize things and build things together in the kingdom, inshallah. So my talk today will be AI in action, and as the title says, I will demonstrate some practical uses of AI, okay? And this is at the heart of cybersecurity and resilience. And these two areas are very important because they are cross-cutting to the different areas. So any system, any digital system, probably in the future, and we started to see this, needs AI and definitely needs security, right? And they are somehow like controversial because AI gives you the freedom to do a lot of things, and being generative, security like limits things and is conservative. So it's gonna be nice to see how we use it and why do we use it, and when shall we use it and how. So my name is Ali Shukr, Shukr, not Shoker. Everyone, everywhere, write them in Arabic, Shoker. So it's Shukr. So a little bit about me, because a lot of people, they don't know me. I think I'm originally from Lebanon. You know, Lebanon. I heard yesterday someone mentioned the explosion, unfortunately. So then I did my PhD in France on blockchain protocols before the blockchain started. Like I started in 2009. And then, and this was with Switzerland. I'm not sure why Google doesn't mention Switzerland. So I visited Switzerland for 2 years. Also, it was during my PhD. And then I moved again to France to work as a postdoc, and to Portugal for 8 years. And these were different positions as a researcher, as postdoc, as researcher, as professor. And just before coming to Saudi Arabia, I was leading the R&D lab for the industry, a company well known called Capgemini. They created a center for research for cybersecurity, and I was the first hire. I had to experience all the processes, like putting strategy, putting where should the focus be, research, and how to sell even. So this part, like I learned a little bit of marketing. So I came to Saudi Arabia in 2021, like in December, something like this. And we struggled a little bit. I'm at KAUST in Jeddah. We struggled a little bit with the research when I arrived, because there was a strategy at KAUST. They modified the strategy, what shall be the focus and all this stuff. It took like 2 years. You know how this thing happened. So now we started building things for real. My group is called CyberSAR, for cyber security and resilience. So I can talk about resilience later. You've heard about it, and it's a hype, but cybersecurity, we all know. What's that? So what are our skills? We focus in secure security systems, secure hardware elements, and trustworthy AI. So these are the main skill set for our team. But what we do with the approach, we go to the industry, especially in Saudi Arabia. We see what's their pain, what are their problems. And then we create out of that a project. We try to solve it. We give back to the industry, and we publish. Okay? So these are all real projects that we cover on mobility, autonomous driving, EV, signal intelligence for radio frequency, for ship, air, satellites, mobile smishing, FPGA, hardware accelerators, new space, the CubeSats, Cube satellites, new satellites, SOC, everything, SOAR, intrusion detection, malware, cryptography, post-quantum cryptography, and trustworthy AI. So all these are some of the real applications that we are doing. Yeah. And this is part of my team. This is an outdated part. So you can count now like around 30 members. 15 of them are almost PhD holders or PhD students. Yeah. And we are privileged to have some labs. So we have autonomous driving car, we have robots, we have RF material, we have a cluster for ourselves, and we have the Shaheen supercomputer, which is now upgraded to have like around 2,000 H200s GPUs. And we have access to the Gen AI Center. So although my team works on AI, because we need it for all the projects almost, you still need to dig in the deep a little bit. So we go ask the professors from Gen AI system. Is there a question? So this is my roadmap for today. So I'm going to give an abstraction, my abstraction, on AI from cybersecurity eyes. Okay, it's going to be simple, and it's what's needed for a cybersecurity guy to capture. Shall we use it or not? So I'm trying to answer this, how to fix it, and some relevant research, what we are doing, and startup projects also. So if you notice, I would like to go like some steps back and see how we are doing on investment. So if you see, most the investment is going towards projects that are important, but maybe not essential, okay? And they are driven mostly by greed, unfortunately, greed of the business, okay? Whether you see the projects that we really need as humans, they get little investment in a comparison. This affects us because the majority of the investment goes, unfortunately, to projects that are not central, human-centric, right? And it affects us as researchers also, because it's hard for us to raise money to do this. And this also affects the projects like AI, but also you can imagine like several projects, like why would we need to go to Mars now? We have a lot of land. Come to Saudi Arabia. Or yeah. To spoil Mars. And why do we need autonomous driving? Okay, it's nice, it's fancy, it helps, but why in a rush, right? And blockchain, same thing. You see what's the investment doing compared to the others. It's important, but this is too much. This is exaggerated investment, okay? So we want to put back the investment back to the real essential products that we care about. And these are some of the examples of real projects that we should care about, right? Water, food, health again, poverty, destruction, wars, right? So again, we go to the AI market. So this is, see why it's affecting us, okay? So here, AI started maybe around 1950. And you see the projection from 1950 until almost 2020, we didn't have investment, or it's not visible compared to what we have or expected, okay? So why we don't have investment here, but we started to have investment by GPT. And would you notice that it's again driven by businessmen, by even stock. And this what made GPT goes in a rush to the market in production before being mature. So here I would like to say why this is problematic by first abstracting the AI fundamentally. So you can see the AI as 3 layers: data, processing, and presentation, right? So you need the data because it's the source of knowledge, actually, okay? And processing, you know it's mainly algorithms that could analyze this data to give you insights or predictions. And the presentation is what you give to the user, okay? We see it. So we used to use and know AI for a long time, okay? Until 2020, we used this. And you may be familiar with some of these models, and it wasn't a problem for us, right? No one was exaggerating or complaining or raising a flag against AI, because we used to use it locally all the time. With GPTs, and GPT refers to generative pre-trained transformers. And being pre-trained by whom? Right? By the big giants. And that's why it's kept invisible. So we have the data layer and the processing layer are invisible. We don't see them. We don't know how they function, what's being processed, what's being used as data sets, right? We only have little access on the presentation. And why we are happy? Because we are lazy. We like quick wins, okay? So if someone uses a business model, say, okay, I'm gonna give you this for free. Use it, and then you rely on that part. So here, what's the problem? Maybe here the algorithms, maybe, are the same as we used before, the previous slide. But you don't see anything. You cannot judge, right? So let me demystify the problems of each layer with this model. So first, let's look into the pre-trained thing. Pre-trained, it means you are not processing the thing. You don't have control on it. And pre-trained means that you don't have data. You lack the data, okay? And the data is used by somewhere else, by someone else. We need the data to be authentic. Okay, so how do you know if that data that's used is genuine? It's not manipulated, it's not synthetic. It tells the truth or not. Because in the end, what AI should do is transform data to knowledge. If you start with garbage in, garbage out, right? If you start with false data, you will get false conclusions. The data should be relevant. So sometimes, for example, you may train on data for documents, for code, but you use this model for health. It doesn't make any sense, right? And you don't know. No one disclosed to you what's the data. They cannot. And fairness. And this is important, alhamdulillah. It's not critical in our region. It's somehow critical. For example, in the West, they care a lot if the models are biased towards the white against black, or immigrants against locals, something like this. For us, it's fine, again, if it's local. If it's not local, maybe these are unfair towards the region, right? Also, you don't have control and you don't know. So these are fundamental problems of this model. So you killed this part. The second is being a transformer. So as we've heard from the experts yesterday, the transformer is based on predicting what's coming. When you approach one step, you predict what's the next step. It means there's no logic. It's just correlation. Okay, what's the typical history of the thing? And it gives you the higher likelihood. So there's no logic. So here it affects the accuracy a lot. And now a lot of people are happy with the accuracy for, to some extent, for simple, maybe text-based things. But beyond that, it's not working. Also, it should be reasonable. Processing doesn't follow reasoning. So in transformers, you don't you don't have any logic for these steps taken, okay? It's just correlation of what's common, what's typical in the database. And this is serious. How would you analyze data without logic? And fairness, again. So fairness could be attacked at the data level, at the source, but also at the processing you can manipulate the data to show what you want and hide what you don't want. And no one tells you this information. So again, here we have a problem with the processing. So I'm telling you why this GPT is problematic compared to what was before. The third is generative, which is nice because you are creative. And you are creative, it means you can lie, okay? And you can fabricate stuff, which is good for some applications, like a new image, right? It's useful, but not to use for everything. And the speed is challenging, still challenging. You don't have guarantees on the delivery at the right time. And security. Security actually is across all the layers. But I mentioned it here because this what's reflected to the user. We don't live in all the system. What we see here is this layer. So here, again, we have a problem in the presentation. So this, compared to AI, these are the problems that we gonna have with GPTs. So now the question, shall I use GPTs or not? What do you think the answer would be? Perfect. So I think we agree because many people, like, they are against, like completely against, okay? And others, they want to adopt fully. So what I want to say here, yes, we use it, but as an adult to a teenager, okay? And here, the adult is who? Who is allowed to use it? Not everyone can use it, okay? You need knowledgeable people in the thing that you are working, okay? And to a teenager, like a teenager, you can listen to him. He gives ideas. Most of the time are probably right, but you have to audit it, right? So this is very, very analogous to this. So we care about the who and how, right? So who? The adults only, they can do this. This is the abstraction, okay? I'm not saying the real adults. And the teenager, and it's to the teenager as if you are teaching or following or supervising a teenager. Yeah. So regarding the who, how do we know who can use the technology? I think who can use the technology is who can detect lies. See this example? I think for you who are hiring people, they understand this. You are interviewing an interviewee, and he gives you a whole CV and discuss a lot of stuff. And this is in person, but today we do it online mostly. So how do you know what is claiming to know as skills is correct? Maybe a young, unexperienced interviewer will not know, but you have like the sixth sense, right? You know it, kind of. So this is exactly the same. Who use these GPTs should have some awareness, some knowledge on what he's asking, to be able to judge, shall I trust this information or, and how to audit, how to verify. Yes. How to verify from another source of truth. So here the GPT, we have the processing and the data parts. We cannot fix them today. This will take time, and we don't have control. they will not show us these parts. So we need to look up an alternative. So for the who, we knew. For the how, we have access to the presentation layer. This is where we can do a lot, okay? It's not as effective as changing the fundamentals, but this is what we have access to, because these are hidden. This is what we can play with a little bit. The first thing that you want to do, if you remember, I said who will use. Why? Because you need penetration testing. You need to test, to evaluate the model. If we don't evaluate the model, we don't know if it's hallucinating or not, lying or not, fabricating or not. So we need this tool, which still doesn't exist, to my knowledge, at the broad scope. You can find some attack models, right? So we need this pen test method or benchmark that can evaluate these models, okay, according to some criteria. Also, we can use prompt engineering because the way you ask the model changed, right? You can here do some constraints on how do you ask, and I don't know if it's worth being called engineering, but this is what's known of. Guardrails also. So we know the AI would hallucinate. The result that we get might not be satisfactory. It might be exaggerated or not, or out of bounds of your logical bounds. So you can put these guardrails, say, okay, everything within this bound is accepted. Outside, it means there's something wrong. Unlearning in a black box. Unlearning, it means if the data, if GPT is giving you some information. For example, if you go to a popular service in Saudi Arabia, and you ask GPT, it could give you some sensitive information on, for example, from my perspective, security, configuration, IPs, this kind of stuff. And it should not. But what can we do about it? We don't have control. We don't, okay. So would Saudi Arabia go and sue the companies, each company? No. So this is where you have unlearning for black box, okay? And this is very recent. Like, I think less than 1 month, I see the first paper from Korea, I think. So we need to mind the speed. We know it's late. How can we do about it? I will show later that in some applications we cannot wait, right? So this is what we can do in presentation, and this is a lot. For processing, you can do reforming, okay? So you do fine-tuning, RAGs, reinforcement learning, as my colleagues presented yesterday. And this would bridge a little bit the caveats that are in these parts. If this pre-trained GPT was trained on data that's partially relevant, right? You will complement that with expert data that you will use it to fine-tune, okay? So as if you are like pushing the model to focus on what you want exactly. Unlearning in white box, this can be done locally. If you can do it locally. If you have the model, you can do the unlearning because you can modify actually the parameters with new data you create. Constitution guardrails, so this is like the guardrails, but it's a constitution. It's like the basic template that the model would follow to give you the result. So this can be simple as like playbook, okay, like instructions you follow, and can be advanced like a dynamic. It can learn, and even it can be updated. And finally, reasoning, how we can artificially add reasoning. We know that transformers, they don't reason. They don't have reason. Can we add this as an additional layer? Maybe ask and then tell the model to do something on what you ask, then ask another question so that we can demystify a problem to break it down to different parts. The third is data, which is simply using your own data. The data that you trust, that's relevant to the problem you are solving, and that have the same context as what you are doing, okay? So here, it could be relevant to your culture, depending on thing, and it could be also specialized in your area of work, that's the context. So these are the problems that we have seen and how we can use it, and this is what we follow in our group. Actually, as I said, in all projects we have, we use AI. So why it's important for us? Because we work on cyber resilience, which is strategic, and we want to modify the way how people do resilience. So if you see a service, this is a normal service that operates, and this is the quality of this service. This is acceptable quality of service, say performance. So this is the range that's acceptable for me as per the agreement with the customer, okay? Service level agreement. So this is what I want my service to be. Now, in cybersecurity, what happens that you would have attack, and these are the steps of any attack. This is abstraction of the attack, okay? There is, of course, understanding the system, preparation, preparing the attack, sending it to the system, exploiting the system, okay? So you see, the journey starts a little time before the attack, and sometimes much more time. But here is where it's activated. When it's activated, the service declines. So what's resilience? Cyber resilience is simply lifting this curve to this region. So although you would use similar techniques as cybersecurity, but the objective is different. And if you see this from that angle, you will see that the techniques will differ. So this is little understood and researched, actually, even in academia. So we are trying to push this. So how do we do this? How do you lift this? We call this endurance. We need the service to have properties called endurance, okay? Which means that the service itself should be tolerant, should be elastic, not rigid, should be, that we should have defense in the service itself. Masking, if you have a problem, it masks the problem. It doesn't show to the customer. Morphism, it's changed. You have your network. Maybe when you anticipate an attack, you change the routing tables, you change even the gadgets like intrusion detection system, you spawn it somewhere else, okay? So you modify the network, you modify the software, you modify the protocol. You are using UDP, TCP, you have an attack on TCP, you switch to UDP, okay? So you can do shuffling between nodes, okay? Rotation, rejuvenation, restart, and all this. So all these are almost activated by these technologies. That's why we choose this, okay? Here, because the security system is not a monolithic thing. It's parts. You can shuffle them, you can change them, you can kill some, you can do balancing, right? FPGAs here, these are programmable hardware. So it looks like a software. The hardware itself becomes like a software for you. And AI, because of this. Now, I've told you what's endurance. If you want to do endurance, you need to do something by design. You need to go to your infrastructure and say, okay, I need to make it able to be resilient, and if you would imagine the best, I think, analogy for this is to have a ball. A ball, if you squeeze it, it changes. It doesn't break. You leave it, it becomes the same. This is our purpose in resilience. We want the infrastructure, everything to change accordingly. And when you leave it or the attack is lifted, then you go again to the service, right? So this is for endurance. If you want to do endurance, you need to detect when there's attack before you activate endurance. You need to automate that. It should not be manual. You need to anticipate. Maybe it's too late to start here. If I know from here that something wrong is happening, maybe can anticipate and change the configuration before I arrive there, right? So all these three, you guess it, you need AI. Before you do detection, automation, anticipation, you need knowledge, you need data. That's why you need the preparation. You need to collect data from all the infrastructure. You need to share data with other companies, okay, they call it threat sharing, and you need to analyze these. And all these, they need AI. Now, assume that you did the preparation, well, you did endurance, but still you did not manage to achieve resilience. What do? You lost the battle. But we don't leave this to the system or the attacker to decide what should be done. What we can do, prioritize our services. Schedule them. When to kill, when to launch, again. And sacrifice some of them. And also this, to do the best decision needs AI. So you see, across all this, you need AI. And if you know about cybersecurity is focused on this. Here. So by default, for cybersecurity, you will need AI. So any questions here before I move to the applications? So I will show how we use AI in action. Yeah.
We'll let AI decide which service needs to be prioritized. I need this to be running, and that I can shut down that. So this transforms the incident response, the disaster recovery, business continuity processes to another
automatic,
totally another level.
Yes.
I'm from OT domain, industrial domain.
Sure.
So the systems are designed, as you mentioned, with resilience, but taking into consideration the redundancy, no single points of failure in the systems. However, the recovery, let's go back to the basic IPS. In industrial domain, we don't give the IPS the privilege to kill a session or something, just alert. So this requires a different mindset, a shift in the mindset, and a shift in our activities and behavior, so we can allow AI to take the driver's seat and have trust into the AI, and it needs to be tested. And that will transform the whole cybersecurity scene.
I think this is a good exercise, and this is also the case for any application.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that we give full control to the AI. We should never. And we never do this.
As you mentioned there is boundaries or...
yes.
What it can do and what it cannot do.
Yes. But here, what you notice in the market, that people, they don't think even manually. Playbooks are only open ports, closed ports, IPs, this kind of stuff.
You can refer to Jaguar Land Rover attack. You can refer to the European airport attack. Just imagine how long it took them to recover.
Yes.
2 or 3 weeks.
To analyze even, to understand what's going on.
To understand what's happening. Yeah.
And so this, if you go into this exercise, now if you have a network and you have an attack, have you ever thought how can we change the topology of the network to evade that attack? No one have thought of this, even manually. And we start with the manually, then we use the AI.
So I like the morphism. We hear about polymorphic virus.
Yeah.
Now we should have a polymorphic protection.
Yes, to defend. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Any other questions? Okay, so now I'm gonna go over some of the projects that we have, and some of them advanced. I will not dig in the deep unless you ask me some questions. So here, since we are talking about AI, so we start with the security for AI. Okay, so here we have, as I just explained, we have some works on penetration testing. We want to create a tool for pen test, and not actually a tool, a startup even. Okay, so the focus will be only on attacks on AI in general, but first LLM because it's the hype. You can hunt a customer quickly. So with this, we are creating a penetration test. So we started with the algorithms, the famous ones, and we increase the library as much as possible. Constitutions are used also for as a type of advanced guardrails or at the core of the algorithm. What we know from the science is constitutional guardrails. What we are doing adaptive one. In sense that you don't have a constitution and you follow. Even you learn from what you are doing, you update your constitution. Okay? So as if constitution is the dastur, as if you are changing something critical according, right? How I'm doing with time? Yeah, a little. So I'll speed up a little bit. VLMs also, this type of LLMs for visual things. So also here, we are doing unlearning. For example, in this image, this has been detected as car. You see, this has been detected as car. We want to unlearn this from the system. We also using chain of thought reasoning. And this would help us. We are applying this to crypto analyzer, where, for example, if you have a cryptographic implementation, you created a custom cryptographic application, you want to verify that. It's very hard for you. You need a lot of time as an analyst. We need a system or tool that helps you how to reason about this. If it gave you any idea, how it reasoned about the idea, to be easy to verify. So this is, for example, for the prime number root, and this is how you can follow the reasoning. So another work is on the SOC, Security Operations Center, which is divided to different things. These are services with a lot of tools, a lot of software, data generated, all comes to here to AI core to be analyzed, and then it gives you level 1, level 2, level 3 data to these guys. L1, L2, L3 are teams, people that go and audit or verify what's happening, if this is correct or not. So what we are doing is, we are doing for intrusion detection rule generation. Okay, so we're not only doing using LLMs for intrusion detection. We are doing beyond that because this is not enough. We want to detect 0 days, which is a new attack that no one knows about. No one knows about it. Okay, it's not matching against something. It's anticipating what could be next attacks based on what we know. So that's how you create rules for generation and add them to the system. Rules today are added manually. There are templates from industry, you buy them, and then you try to add manually. And we also do hardware level filtering, which is 5 times faster than the current systems. And this is important. Speed in IDS is important because it doesn't mean that it's only faster, because it means that if you don't detect quickly, as fast as your input, you miss the packets. You are not auditing the packets. Okay, they will go without analysts. For L1, L2 analysts, we want to give, when we give the data to the analyst, we want to give reasoning. What is being done, okay? Not only this is an attack or not an attack, or the classification of the attack. How you can reason about it, how this engineer can, the analyst can quickly verify what's happening. And we are creating comprehensive data set based on that. Level 3, we do deep malware analysis, also static and dynamic, using LLMs also for the first time, and even if it's encrypted, okay? And LLMs helps us because they are good at matching series data. So the fourth is signal security and resilience. Here we collect radio frequency and GPS data, and then we try to classify, identify the device behind those, okay? And from that, we do resilience after that. What could be done? You detect it. Okay, what's the solution? And you'll see the first is partially done in the military section. But now, unfortunately, it's affecting the civil. That's why Aramco came to us. There was like jamming and spoofing incidents during the couple of months, okay? Yeah, yeah. Yes. Yes. Even in Kaust, I was in Kaust, it gives you are in Sudan, and the time is different. So this started to attack civil, and we said, okay, it's going to attack not only sea or regions. Now it started there, but then it's going to happen for connected vehicles, for mobiles, for UAVs, right? So that's why we think that we need to do this. Classification for all radio frequency that's coming to see if there is intrusion or not. I will be faster here. So this is one of the startups that created. This is the intrusion detection system that I'm talking about. Another thing that's also, it's a different layer, which is in space. So this is based on microsatellites, a constellation like the Starlink. So these are well used for Earth observation, borders observation, for imaging, for weather forecast. And they work by connecting to each other because they are close to the ground. They don't have visibility on the Earth. So they have to cooperate to cover the Earth, okay? So here, security is new to this. There is no security. All what's done like now by NASA is security within NASA, within their satellites. But satellites in the future will talk to each other. There will be services. There will be clouds in space. There will be compute clouds, storage clouds in space. And even more, there will be collisions. This is now a very hot topic, okay? Because there will be like almost 90,000 satellites by 2030 orbiting. Because anyone now, these small satellites, there could be 10 centimeter cube. You as university, you can fly one. So anyone can fly one, and you can hire a rocket from Elon Musk's company, and they put them in the orbit for you. You pay for that. So anyone can do this. And with this, you will create a lot of debris, which is the waste of the rockets, the waste of the collisions of these satellites. And even if it's a small particle, the speed is 30 kilometers per second, per hours. It means it's like a bullet. It's even more powerful than a bullet. So it would destroy anything that comes across it. That's why you need maneuvering. We are doing 4 works on the different security parts and on maneuvering in real time for the first time. Maneuvering is not done in real time today. It's done by synchronizing two agencies. They call each other and say, let's agree, go right, I go left. We are doing it in real life, in real time. And here we have some collaboration to go even deeper to identify malicious satellites, tajassus, okay? This is another area I have to be quick, I think. So this is on autonomous driving. Also, we are doing a lot of work. Here, I just want to mention some of the guardrails that we're talking about. This is time-safe EV, in which we don't let the autonomous driving system like take its time to make decision, because you will hit the obstacle. We make it time-safe, but now it will give you degraded quality, which is fine if it's acceptable. If you can detect a camel as a solid thing, it's good enough before you hit the camel, okay? So we are trying too many models, how to do them dynamic and degraded. And here we have a startup also on collecting data, processing them, and trying to sell them to the autonomous driving companies coming, like Tesla and others. And here are like real examples, the videos that are generated by text, okay? So this is a description. So this is a description of this. We described it, and then we processed through the system, and you see how close. These are videos. I can run them if you want. And this also is a script for an attack also. It's like a Najm description. Najm, yeah, the forensic accident expert. You can transform it to a real video accident and sell to the insurance companies. Another work on FPGA. FPGAs, if you know GPUs, FPGAs is the part that's super powerful for inference of AI. And they are sometimes 100 times faster than CPUs. They can finish a full cycle in one clock cycle, a full circuit in one clock cycle. I just wanted to show that we are building an IP, a library, hardware-based library for these accelerators for different models. Smishing attacks for mobiles, fraud detection, all these use AI. Post-quantum cryptography, until now we don't use AI, but now it's very common to study quantum learning, okay? So this is also a startup. Takeaways, so this is my last slide. It could take a GPT's 1 decade to be production grade, okay? So now we should use GPTs on that basis. These are not production level. It's still an experiment, a test. It's still for research. And yes, we should leverage AI under supervision, as I said, adult to teenager. And here I say we should leverage AI. It's not a choice. It's not we have to use because everyone is using or because there is a trend. No, it's a very good tool. And even these open, the GPTs are very important because these guys used to have their data for them. Now you have a window, you have a door, you access their data in some way. It's useful because if you can reform it locally, that would be specified for different fields according to your field. And this is what we are using in the different models. How can we use this for malware detection? Because it's trained on documents. It's good at finding patterns. And this is what we want for malware detection, to find the patterns. And the most important one, never give control and decision-making for AI. So this is what we do in all the works. Even if you can reduce the number of manpower needed, okay, the workforce needed, you cannot get rid completely of humans because we are still immature to go there. Thank you. Questions? I'm happy to take any, please.
Professor Ali, can you go back to the takeaways?
I don't have control.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. I find we have many overlap research, but my view about the AI is quite different from the mainstream. I think GPT, it could be a product, but it's a knowledge level product. But knowledge is neutral. We have knowledge, we also have mindset. We also have laws or something. So firstly, I don't think we should have like perfect GPT. We just let GPT got a knowledge capability. Then we can use like an agent to rack and to manipulate, to reinforce learning, also for the data, no good data or bad data. Like human, we learn from bad things and good things. If you provide high quality data to GPT, it will its ability to learn knowledge is weakened, could be weakened. So I think knowledge is neutral, data is neutral. AI need any data, not right data, no right data. And on the top of AI, we can use software, use agent, use anything to have local, like a local service or something.
Yeah.
So that's my point of view.
Yeah, sure, and this is important. So I think I agree with you on the part of creating a knowledge oracle.
Yeah.
If you want to create a knowledge oracle, yes, in the sense that you replace Google with intelligent Google.
Yes.
Okay? But if you want to use this for products, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Maybe, I think, there are modern ways anyway. You can get the GPT, use distillation, create a small model, then tune it to get better versions. But
Yes.
anyway, you cannot use it as is because it wasn't trained based on that. It mixes the bad examples and the good examples for your specific case, right? So I'll give you an example.
But now
that
people, they are developing AI as a gold. Right, everything is right and perfect. I don't think it's the way, the right way.
if the data is irrelevant for you,
Yeah.
it means in your context, it's out of context, it's wrong. Yeah. Right? So in that sense, I'm not saying there is bad and right by definition. So.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Professor. Now, for the GPTs and talking about guardrails, we have observed that, for example, GPTs will fabricate religious texts, Quran verses,
Yes.
out of nothing. So is it wise for nations? Because you mentioned that we don't have visibility into the data or the processes they are doing. Is it wise for nations to develop their own GPTs? Are we going to lose some power of that global GPT if we have our own limited GPT, or can we inject our religious, cultural guardrails into there and have our own context?
So we don't have control, right? I think there are two cases. Now we are all using what the West and the East providing us by default.
Yes.
We should have something. If you have a local alternative, you will use it. I think a big number of people, they can use it. If you got into a stage where because of governance something happened like this, you want to block that application, any of those known ones, you can block them because you have alternative. But you cannot let the depopulation use all these external products without an internal alternative. So I think that's it. But we don't have control. I mean, how would you do it about it? Even there are similar problems, like these who burn the Quran. This is not related to technology, but you cannot practically do anything. Politically, you cannot, right? So I think it's ethical, and we cannot solve it. But at least we can solve it practically. We have our own thing. We use our own thing. And we use from the West. So, sorry, we don't want to be like China. They put China in that image like they are closed. We want to have our own stuff when it makes sense and still use the others when it makes sense. Definitely. To integrate with the world and also to learn from them. Because this is the only way we can advance. So, thank you for nice question.
Thanks, Ali. This was a nice presentation, and it's good to see that you're involved in so many projects. And I know that it's pretty difficult to get engaged in all those projects. So my question is, one is a couple of comments on those space-related projects. So we have done something similar in Adelaide on the LEO satellite. We were working with NASA, and there has already been a project, not by us, but Adelaide Uni. They have designed a CubeSat, which is basically identifying debris, and that is already been there. And then I think recently China, they have put up satellite as well, which basically collect that debris from space. And that's a big problem because those debris can add up and they can just destroy the host constellation. And we did also some secure system design for existing satellite without changing infrastructure. So maybe we can work in that regard. So that was one related to that. And then the other one is about the AI. So I guess from my experience and opinion and reading, so and what the big commentator is saying, that after electricity, this AI, GPT, that is the big invention that humankind has made. And if you look from last 2 years, as a human or as a general users, we have seen the miracle of ChatGPT. That is the only one part, because we have not experienced that before. All of a sudden in November 2022 or 2023, it shows up. And within 2-3 months' time, all the educational institutes, they start to looking into it, how to stop cheating, right? That AI has generated, right? So that was the first phase, a lot of hallucination, lies and everything. But now we have, if you look to those different GPT models, either from Google or from OpenAI, then they are doing really wonders. And they are like almost giving you an explanation up to a postdoc level, the ChatGPT-5, that what they are saying. So they are pretty accurate in that. Then how we are using it, because that's more kind of a brain, you train a brain, and then how you are utilizing that, that's depend on the application. And that's where that guardrails need to be put in place, which you're doing some really good work in that regard, that maybe that LLM or GPT, which is like a big sort of model, and that can be used for a specific application, and you apply guardrail over there. And another term that comes into it is explainable AI, which basically explains all that actions that has been taken that particular model. So that is explainable AI is also like, I think it's pretty explored right now, and that they have done some good job. Right now, like if I'm using a GPT, then that gives me an answers that how I reach to this answer based on the question. So explainable AI maybe can be a partial solution for that. And the other thing is that the human or maybe the top elite researcher, they are looking into the AGI, artificial general intelligence, and they are scared of that if it comes, then AI is not in our control anything. So I would like if you have any comments on that AGI or explainable AI, how it can help with your projects, with your work.
So thank you for the questions and the comments. For the first, regarding the satellites, that's interesting. We have an arrangement with a company, startup actually in Saudi Arabia. They have a telescope to collect data. We will help them on analyzing this to create catalogs, and from catalogs we do the collision. So we have all this, but we don't have data for the satellites themselves, but we have simulation. So if you can,
yeah,
you think...
We have similar issue. We have an American company. We get the data from them, and we have one telescope which is giving the data, but it's been controlled by Americans. So we are building, or already built, like I cannot talk about that in much more detail, but that capability, that issue was there. So we were getting the data, and then we are relying, we produce the data to them, and they have to give us the answer. So now we are more sovereign in that case in Australia.
So the motivation for the case that I mentioned was because of sovereignty. That's why they created the company, to do a local. The telescope should be local, and then we do the AI loop. But I'm looking forward to see what you've done, and if we can collaborate on something. The other questions on AI, I think I also agree that it's revolutionary, and it will change a lot. What I'm simply saying that it's premature to be for production. We still don't understand fully how it works on this. And even for the products from Google and others, I'm still struggling even for simple things. Some of the graphs here, I generated this through these tools. It wasn't evident. You need a lot of time, and they hallucinate a lot. Sometimes they don't comply. Like, do this, do this. So even for this, and I'm not confident, because I respect my audience. How about putting this in real production, in automation, in decision making, right? And explainability is very important. We are doing, maybe reasoning is more advanced than explainability. Although explainability is now mainly a regulation requirement, something like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You have a question, Prof? Yeah. So actually, yesterday we met our prince, Qasim, regional prince, and he talked about AI, and he's welcoming everybody. And we translate his speech, and we'll, inshallah, distribute that speech to read it by everyone. At the end of this speech, I would like to thank Prof. Ali Shukr for his good presentation. And please, Chow, we need to...
You should be able to find the if you are looking for your papers, whether it's included in the proceedings or not. At the moment, we have a draft version of the conference proceedings on the web pages, our conference web page. So you can find it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bro. Now we have a break for the lunch, and some sessions is going on. If you'd like to join that session, thank you for participation.
enthralling panel discussion today on AI in innovation. I will let Mr. Abdullah talk about the panel session in itself, but we have a very eminent panel comprising of Mr. Abdullah Dosari, Mr. Ahmed Al-Saleh, and Professor Mazen Shawouk, Al-Shawush, and Dr. Riyad. So once again, can you all please thank them for their time in this panel discussion, please.
السلام عليكم. حياكم الله جميعا. مساء الخير. I would like first to thank the forum for inviting me to handle this or to moderate this panel, and also I would like to also to thank our guest, Dr. Marwan, right? Mazen, Dr. Mazen, Dr. Riyad, and Ustad Ahmed for being with us, and also to be patient with the different thoughts that we share it together. The AI as a driver for innovation, I was discussing with one of the gentlemen before the session. He was trying to translate it in Arabic, and then driver means a lot of things in English, but if you want to translate it, also there are so many meanings in Arabic that has this the same meaning. But if you translate it, for example, a driver, like a driver or a leader, there's a translation of this one. But in reality, a driver, that means something that making it for you, putting it on the track, having the innovation today attached with the AI. If you remember 5 years or 7 years ago, all of us, we remember this, there was a hype of blockchain and NFTs at that time. And before then, there was the IoT hype. And then these hypes by itself came into the market. But in reality, why it went down? It's not because the technology is not so important. It is still important as of today. The question is, do we use these technologies alone, or we need the wrapper for it? What we discovered in the recent years, when the AI, the new era of AI, this new wave, start wrapping up all of this together. So now you're sensing a meaning of the IoT. Data is flooding, huge data is flooding. Analytics is part of it. Having a decision based on that one. So we don't think that, for example, the refrigerator is sending you signals saying, for example, the temperature is up and down, up and down, up and down, and then what do you want me to do? You need some also other AI or other technology that takes it to the next level. I think this is the era where we have completed a lot of things. We have the robotics there. I've seen in GITEX 2 months ago a robotics, and then it visited us, the robotics itself. It was walking, the robot, and it came to our booth. And it was surprising, what's going on? And then the guy who was walking next to it told me, listen, it's in Alibaba. You can buy it. And I looked at it, it was there. It was for 25,000 riyal. And how do you how do you program it like this? He said, it is connected with LLM. Imagine how it is scary, huh? Because we are there. So all of this robotics that we used to do it in 90s, and we do this microprocessors, it completed when you wrap it there. So I don't want to take the whole speech, but I want just to keep why we're talking about the driver, and then I'll let the gentlemen to have their thoughts about it. So where do you see the AI as a driver that will lead us into the innovation? Is it in the data where the AI will drive us? Is it into the technology? Is it in the cybersecurity? We've seen even a lot of things. So I would like to hear from you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Abdullah, for the introduction, and thanks for ICBE, the University of Al-Mustaqbal, for hosting us. Yes, AI is affecting all of our daily lives, and now we see AI is transforming the daily task of our engineers and operators in the field. It's helping them doing decision making based on real-time data. As you mentioned, IoTs, robotics, drones now are being leveraged with AI. So what we used to do to erect scaffolding, for example, to do inspection, is now it's installed, that payload is installed on top of a drone that's assisted with AI, and it will tell you if there is a corrosion or no corrosion. So it's impacting the daily task, daily life, the safety of our operators. It's giving them insights on where previously we moved from silos and small islands of data. Now, as you mentioned, it's flood of data. But AI is bringing this into context and helping our process engineering, mechanical engineers, taking data and building their self-service machine learning models that help them take decisions. So in cybersecurity, for example, as well, we have predefined playbooks that helps us in the disaster recovery, incident response, cybersecurity incident response based on real-time logs. It will advise the cybersecurity analyst what you need to do next. You need to isolate this, you need to fix that, and you need, and basically, it's your companion now. You cannot work without AI.
I would like to hear from you, Dr. Riyad, the things related to the innovation, and if really we want to open the AI to the sky, where we open this door. We were discussing this, and I would like to put some light there.
I want to thank Jamaat al-Mustaqbal for inviting me, and I like your introduction, the way you brought drive innovation. Yeah, I was discussing with my daughter, like she's a teenager, she likes Formula 1. So I started to look into Formula 1. What's Formula 1? And I noticed, well, they need the car, they need the driver, they need the track, they need the team, they need also innovation for that one. So how we can innovate in here? We need to have certain things to build and open that system for innovation. So we have to complete the ecosystem for that. So from Sadaya perspective, how we can help in that part. So first, what we're going to do, well, we need regulation for that part. You're going to handle data. What do I need in terms of government regulation? When I build that system should have licensing and be ready for the market. So at Sadaya, we have the personal data protection law, and also we have the ethical guidelines for that one. So the whole idea for that part is when you build that system, you have that ethical part and the data protection within the system. It's not like build it and then figure out how to follow the regulation. So that's one part from that angle, from that ecosystem. So if any, like, let's say, startup, okay, well, I want to build it, but I need a test environment to test that system, if I'm following that or not. So at the NDEMO, Maktab Dawat al-Bayanat, we have the sandbox initiative. Okay. Or the startup company can come there, can test their system in a sandbox, and make sure they follow that regulation and it's ready for deployment and so on. Now, is that complete for the ecosystem? No, we need one more thing. The most important thing is human. We need talent, we need people who actually know AI, and then they can innovate. So at Sadaya there, we have the Samai initiative to train 1 million Saudis in AI, and then let them use the entire other thorough, let's say other like factor to build a system, and then they can actually help in that economy factor. So where we can innovate, when we have that ecosystems all integrated together, okay, from private sector to government to like academia and so on, when we combine it there, we can start the innovation part. Now, if you look at the AI right now, where we at the AI. Okay, simple thing, AI consists of 4 stacks. Okay, first thing, you need the infrastructure, and probably you heard about big initiative to build data centers, building the power behind it, and so on. What we need else? We need the hardware, GPUs. Okay.
I've heard today disturbing news about the power. It's a strange call to sustain the need of power for AI. Are we running out of power? I'm not sure, but is it the case?
It's consuming, well, I'm going to come to it, okay. So to build that large language model, it's going to consume a lot of power. Okay. Imagine you have trillion of data, and you put it together in sudden neural network, and you rotate one more time, until you have that large language model. Okay. I can go with that approach. It's more, okay, I need to have that one. Also, I can use open source one. Okay. So I need right now the infrastructure, I need the model, I need the chips, and then I need the software to use that one. But where's the innovation here? There's a lot of countries compete with that one. It's the next generation. It's the spirit that I see in the back. We need the application that can utilize all these systems that the government building for the entire country to make the startup and to start the economy part of it. So it's your part as a student who train a semi or train education here or anything to use all that one and then let them innovate. Sky is the limit for that part.
What about you, Dr. Mazen? When it comes to the innovation and colleges and education and academia, I see we understand the universities are the leader, and I would like to see where is the universities are pushing, whether it is in KVBM, my lovely university, but also from the other perspective into the universities. We had the discussion also with some of the doctors before even this session, but I would like you to put some highlight here.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hopefully this session will be light, after the lunch, because I think some of us are a little bit sleepy, but we'll keep it light, inshallah, and inshallah engaging. So maybe before I answer this question, there is a prerequisite that we have to unpack a little bit, which is, what do you mean by innovation? Because the title by itself of this panel is, we have AI, a big word with a lot of misunderstandings, and then we have also innovation. Well, I come from a school that believes in what is known as the Schumpeterian approach of innovation, which is the whole idea is that, innovation is the mechanism or the thing that actually continues the economy, especially, the capitalist kind of economy, by having what is known as the creative destruction, where you basically, build these kind of innovations that change new markets, that change, industries, by creating new products, means of creating or methods of creating those products, or even entering new markets, and so on and so forth. So this approach or this philosophy of thinking about innovation is, to be honest with you, a little bit conservative in a way, compared to the mainstream kind of, definition or understanding about what is actually innovation in this case. So it's big, it's not easy, it actually takes many years to be done. And this is where actually AI comes in the picture to help us think about innovation. At the same time, there is another school of thought when it comes to innovation, which is what is known as high velocity incrementalism. And the whole idea of the high velocity incrementalism is that you do a lot of changes in a fast fashion, and these changes are basically, regulated in a way, studied with hypotheses, which is what we call, business or digital experimentations in this case. It's also known as A/B testing, if you can think about it. So many organizations like, Booking.com, if you can think about Amazon, you can think about, many of the banks, for example, in the United States, they follow this kind of approach, because if they change a lot of things that are basically, you can say, controlled in a way, and they learn from such kind of changes, the overall movement will lead to innovations that are big and, will create a lot of, disruption for many of the industries that are happening. Given these two different, kind of philosophies or approaches of innovation, now we can think about, for example, where academia can come in the picture in this case. Well, first of all, the Big Bang kind of approach is something serendipitous. It's not easy to be done. It requires, different kind of, circumstances. it cannot be taught easily, to be honest with you. Although many people glorify the idea of this Big Bang innovation, but however, it's not that easy to be done. However, at the universities, for example, and we are doing that at KFPM, we're trying to teach this kind of, disciplined approach of innovation. At least, first of all, like we teach in our classes, in our college, the business school, we teach something called the business experimentations, or the A/B testing, for example, where the students learn how to think about, the changes that they do in a scientific way, and then how to apply it, and then how to see the results, and then how to learn, and then how to change and innovate, and so on and so forth. At the same time, the university actually is embedding the idea of entrepreneurship innovation inside the curriculum of the students, where the students are actually, the new kind of batches that will join KFPM are actually pushed to think about creating their own startups by building those, kind of startups that solve problems, take advantage of opportunities, and this will be part of the curriculum. And each and every course will have a specific component that push for such kind of idea. Whether you are in mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, you are, for example, in marketing, computer science, all of these things will be embedded in the curriculum so that, once you reach the end of your academic year, for example, you will be actually pushing for such kind of, startup to be implemented again. So academia is actually, at least from our side at King Fahd University, we are pushing for such kind of thing. We believe in innovation. It is the driver of the economy here in Saudi Arabia, and our university and many of the universities actually should push for such kind of approach.
Back to the academia again. We know that we are in a fast-moving changes happening during the last at least 3-4 years. The academy also sort of, I'm sorry to say it, but conservative when it comes to fast-moving, because you're playing with the future of the kids. You're not going to change the curriculum just because something coming in the picture. Can you explain to us what are you doing? What are you doing in this area? Because this is disrupting us. In T2, for example, we're worried every day because this is changing. I'm not sure. Should they fire all of the developers? Should they keep them, but shift them? Should they drop all of our products? That's in the market, but we can run, for example, with a little risk comparing to human. You're risking with the future of the kids, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Going too fast in academia can be a little bit maybe risky in a way because, if you think about it, the students think about their future in terms of finding jobs after they graduate. If you think about new programs, new approaches, those things, they might be ahead of the market, if you can say so in this case, which maybe can backfire on the university and its approaches, and it might actually allude that the university is not thinking about what is going on. But in our case at KFPM, for example, we do it in a balanced manner. We still keep the traditional kind of programs that are still needed and mandated in the, in the market, but we are pushing for these innovative kind of elements in our teaching because it's very important, because we anticipate that changes are coming. In Saudi Arabia, we're a little bit late in the cycle. We lag in the cycle compared, for example, to North America, but we can see such kind of changes are coming, and even the movement in the country when it comes, think about like AI and data, for example, right? Sadaya, Humane, all these kind of, amazing initiatives that we see. You can little bit read, the short-term future, and from that you can actually build those new programs that would help with those new initiatives, those new companies, and this new economy, if you can call it a new economy, actually to push and fulfill the positions that are needed. So I think the role of the university should push for a little bit risk to once with you. Staying in the same comfort zone is not good in a world that is fastly and quickly changing. Otherwise, you will fall into what is known as the organizational inertia. And I think this is a very important aspect, but it should be calculated risk in a way.
Go ahead.
I think the AI is different. If you go back to the digital world, is also different. Like in the USA, like they have the Silicon Valley. That's actually derived. That's innovation for digital system. If you look for the AI in the last 6 years, actually who derive innovation is big companies, not university. University, yes, in the 10 years, 15 years, they have some algorithm, they start certain algorithm, but who derive it is the big, four companies, like Meta, Google, Microsoft, and Open, because it's require more.
Yeah, some people, their salary became $150 million.
if you look for the AI, it's like to have all these talented people in one place, it's not that easy. And also on top of it, to make all these talented people work together, it's not easy. It's not that easy. Everyone is, he think he's the boss. Imagine you put all them together to make something no one done. So you need investment, you need everything. So let's go back right now from the government. How can you regulate and you, let's say, push that innovation in terms of the private sector will lead this part? We need to look at it from that perspective. So I say it well more, let them innovate and then we regulate later, for that part. But is it like more, is it technical perspective? Who's going to innovate in AI? I don't think so. We need the business people.
True.
If you look for the digital system, like take an example, Uber. It's not the one who can actually program Uber who can succeed. No, who have the commercial idea behind it. How am I going to change the taxi system? And then I make it, well, in my phone, I can call an Uber or call a taxi. This idea, utilizing that system.
Yeah,
So
but
AI
Doctor, can we look at it also from the other perspective, like Einstein and Oppenheimer, for example?
Well, we can see it this way. So I will see it like AI is an enabler here. It's not the main thing. Just use it for a system that can do actually something else. But as you said, like Oppenheimer and Einstein, we need the Oppenheimer.
Yeah. I'll move to a second very sensitive subject, but it is also very interesting. The AI and security. Engineer Ahmed, you're coming from our conglomerate, the largest corporation in the world, Aramco. And I know Aramco from inside. I know that they're doing a lot of initiatives. They have their own, they've been there for a long time, even introducing Aramco Digital. It's all because of the data and the AI. They've been leading in this area. But I would like to hear more about the security, not only this, because also we came from there where in 2011, where the incident happened of security. Then we learned internally within the whole kingdom that the security is a red line. So we don't bridge this line and then we assume that we will make mistake and then we'll fix it. So I would like to hear from you. This area is also somehow a very sensitive. Sorry to elaborate, but one day I'm using Manus a lot, so I decided, do not quote me for this, I decided to connect Manus to my email. And then the cybersecurity in our company jumped to me and say, we've seen access from somewhere outside to your email. And they blocked it. I need Manus because he's debriefing me every day. So this is an area, of course, T2 comparing to Aramco is completely different, but also a founder of T2, I could, for example, jeopardize all of this, and we comply also with the cybersecurity in the kingdom. So I would like to hear from you in this area. What is happening there?
Yes, sir, Mohammed. When looking into cybersecurity and AI, I like to look into it from two angles. Is it AI for cybersecurity or cybersecurity for AI? So starting with AI for cybersecurity, the market is full of solutions that utilize, that leverage the AI capabilities, as I mentioned earlier in the playbooks, providing anomaly detection, SOAR, which is security orchestration, automation, and response, AI-assisted threat intelligence that will give you intelligence about the risks in your supply chain. All of these solutions are market readily available, and they are deployed. Aramco, for example, having their own DLP, data leakage prevention, AI-based solution. But if we look into the other side, maybe Dr. Ali Shukr already covered this in the presentation, how cybersecurity is securing the AI models. AI came with a lot of capabilities, and it also opened our risk surface to a big degree. So model leakage, data poisoning, how cybersecurity is helping us into securing this and keeping the models, or getting the best out of the GPT models, for example, as was discussed in the presentation by Professor Ali. So I believe now we need AI to work hand to hand with cybersecurity in securing our data and having secure supply chain pipelines for the technology and for the data. That definitely requires the collaboration of all of academic, public, and private sector, so we can invest in the second part, which is cybersecurity for AI.
But if you look at it from the conglomerate oil and gas company in the world, do you look at the cybersecurity first or the innovation first?
We look into both sides, but cybersecurity first, because the risk you are trying to manage here or trying to mitigate is going to have the consequence of the cybersecurity risk, as you mentioned. Like let's look into Sham'un 2012. Fortunately, Sham'un did not impact operations. Now, the trends are attackers and APTs and directly attacking OT environments, operation environments, and we can refer to the recent attacks that happened, like in the European airports, Jaguar Land Rover. Operations went down for weeks. Nobody can bear that losses. Just imagine the safety and the environmental impact that could happen of attacking having a cyber attack on a gas or an oil facility. So cybersecurity is the first priority here, and we always in OT, our triad is not CIA, it's confidentiality, integrity, availability, it's SRA, safety, reliability, and availability. That's why safety and cybersecurity is our top priority.
Victor? If you'll allow me to add to this fantastic conversation, which is, you asked a really good question, which is which one in a way comes first or influences the other. Cybersecurity influences AI or innovation, or the vice versa. And even in the title of this panel, which is like AI derives innovation. Well, we can say that also innovation derives AI. Well, so to answer this question, at least let me just put the academic hat in a way and answer this question. I think there is some kind of reverse causality kind of relationship here, where we can see that both can influence each other in a way in this case. But here's the thing about innovation. First of all, innovation is in the organizational learning kind of literature that we know about is called also exploration. Exploration means that you try new things, you try to take the risk, you try to go above and beyond what you already know and embedded inside the organization. So by that, actually, whenever you do cybersecurity or the privacy kind of features that you have an organization, even the governance, sometimes, at least on the surface, will backlash with the innovation or the innovative efforts that you put in your organization. But I think it's always a question about a balance or a harmony, if you can put it in a much better way. Harmony is a good word. Exactly. So if you try to harmonize between all of those, pull factors and push factors in a way, I think, the different organizations can achieve the level of innovation that they need, enabled by AI, enabled by cybersecurity kind of measures, and so on and so forth.
I see it also. I agree with that. But also when you see how they build the AI, you have to be careful, especially with the Gen AI. If you don't see the security from the beginning, you open the hole right away. So probably can have a poison attack where you actually manipulate the data. When you build your Gen AI, let's give you something wrong from the beginning. So here you have to look at from the entire cycle of AI, from training, from testing, from evaluation and deployment and so on. In that case, you might have security there. But still you have to monitor it and keep monitoring for that one, from the beginning for that part.
I remember one story that when Humane released their chat, and people were expecting to see ChatGPT-like. And it was ChatGPT-like, but it was lower expectation than it was less than our expectation at that time. But in reality, we understand also, Sadaya, at that time when we were developing this one, that also they have this challenge of data, because we're not ChatGPT, we're agnostic, we can say anything. We still have so many things, especially Saudi Arabia, our opinion about things about Islam, our opinion about political thoughts, our opinion about Islam sects. It's very critical when it comes to this area. Maybe there is generic information, But poisoning the data is very risky, and the data is poisoned with a lot of data that's not controlled by anybody. So taking data from Reddit or from the internet and then index it, that doesn't work.
And also you have to add to it, like, you build the technology, so you understand how actually they build it, so you can secure it.
True.
Instead of, just, I'm going to import it somewhere else.
True.
And that's also add another value here when they build a lamp and they give it to you.
Back to the story of the safety, there is a story about Edison. I know most of you knows about it. When Tesla came with the AC power, and then he was against this one. Remember, he was in the lab working with him, and then I'm not sure if he fired him or he left. I forgot it. But then the AC started getting some hype, and then he went into the stage, and he showed people how he electricity connected the AC to a human, the 110, I think, the volt, and he showed the people that the safety is not there. But he was against the innovation, even he was the innovative guy. So we are also a cyclic of ourselves, right?
Exactly.
I'll move to an area, adjacent area to the security, which is the privacy of people. And we were discussing the taking picture of somebody. We released the software in the market, and then it was used by some of our clients, and then their employees start rejecting to use it because they're sharing some of their data. Part of it is their picture. So the discussion we had before the session is people start objecting about sharing their photo into the system, even we are compliant with the BDBL and the data protection law. But in reality, this subject, I would like to hear from you, where is this area comes? Is really we should be volunteering our data, or we should be very protective in terms of the data? What is the data that you think, and this is a broad statement also, you think it's okay to be also shared?
Yeah, I will jump in
Yeah.
here. Let's go with the regulation first. Well, you hear like, the new oil is data. Okay, that's what you hear. So how can I utilize that data and make it into new oil? Well, I need to have some insight. I need to refine it to get some insight from that data. Otherwise, it's just raw data, is useless. So what do I need first? Well, I need the regulation. So here, like from the government perspective, okay, well, we have the personal data protection bylaw. We have the privacy guidelines for that one. And to guide all the innovator, all the company, how we can utilize that one without violating any rights. But also give you the opportunity to grow your business. So when you utilize that part, okay, we're good that way. Then we can have that, oh yeah, is the new data. Data is the new oil. Yeah.
I mean, I can talk about it from an individual perspective, right? So there is a whole research stream in information systems called privacy literature. And part of that is the information or individual privacy. And there is this, known kind of concept that we call, privacy, kind of paradox in a way, where you can see that, individuals, when you ask them, like, do you care about your privacy? And they will say, absolutely, yes. I will not share my data. I will not give my data or donate my data. But anyway, but when you look at their actions, you will see something actually, in a way, different, where they will, give the data. In this case, for the sake of maybe more kind of benefit than the hustle or the cost of not, for example, giving the data. So I think this is like, it's a big subject, to be honest with you. And we take it a research from an economic perspective, we take it from a psychological perspective, we take it also from an ethical perspective in a way that how we can basically enable the individuals to reserve the right of privacy and at the same time give them the service that they want and that they need. And this is something not easy for organizations, especially when, and as Dr. Riyaz said, that they want the data. And the data is needed for many reasons and purposes, like, at least, analyzing, for example, the behavior, the purchasing behavior of a customer, like on these different, trading platforms, for example, or applications. And then how we can give them recommendations if you don't give me enough data about you. So in this case, there is this kind of, trade-off that is happening. I, for example, like on my YouTube application, I disabled, the history in my YouTube. But this came on the expense of not giving me any kind of, recommendations for me to watch the videos. But this came for a reason, because I don't want my kid, for example, to take my phone and then fill it with all the different, kids kind of, clips and so on, which is really, and so you have to retrain in a way the algorithm just to show you whatever you want to see. So really, for me, it became more kind of a hustle, and that's why I did actually, close it in a way. But for organizations, in addition to the regulations, which is definitely some kind of, an umbrella for all of organizations to follow, organizations have to understand the individual behavior. Unfortunately, here in Saudi Arabia, I don't think it's a major thing here that organizations focus on, especially if they are B2C kind of organization, business to consumer, business to customer. They don't understand the psychology and the behavior of the individuals when it comes to privacy. So after that, they can make informed actions or decisions with regard on how they collect the data and use the data properly. I will give example before we do, Engineer Ahmed. Regarding the people giving up data. We are a commercial company. We have a sales team. That's normal in every company. And we have telesales team. And there is some platforms in the market where we subscribe. These platforms, legal by GDPR or by I'm not sure what is the name in state. And then we bought the service from them. And then we looked up for some clients in Saudi. One of them, he got upset. And then he raised a flag and he started, how did you get our data? How did you find my number? And stuff like this. Of course, we bought it from a system that is legally available there. I'm not sure from where they bought the data. But you see, this is also a conflicting mechanism. That platform, for example, smart enough. I'm telling them, give me the people who are interested in it, etc., etc. And then he's giving me the numbers of people, and surprisingly, it's close to accurate. So from where this data is coming from, definitely is part of it is people voluntarily they're putting it without their knowledge or with the knowledge.
Yeah, we'll continue on the same discussion, because coming from like an industrial end user, I mentioned that we provide self-service machine learning models for the engineers to do some smaller machine learning models for decision making. I observed few incidents where we don't appreciate the privacy of this organization data, sharing it with models on the internet that could be subject to GDPR, to different continent loads. At the end, when you ask the engineer, why you are sharing that, it could be like a vibration, corrosion, gas leak, or gas detection data. They assume that there is no value in the data. It's just a normal corrosion data nobody is interested to see. And there is no harm of leaking it on purpose. I'm building a model, for example. But if you discuss it more with them, each data has a value to the correct consumer of that data. So imagine I'm an investor into company XYZ and I see their corrosion is all over the place. They have a lot of gas leaks. They have a lot of vibration into their equipment. That means they don't have asset integrity. So I won't be investing, or I will be lowering or increasing my insurance, for example. So we don't take into considerations non-private data. It's just vibration, it's just corrosion. And that leaks into data leaks that could even impact the organization.
Can we use the AI to classify the data for us? Because we need, by this statement, we need the data classification also. Can we use back the AI, consulting the AI to give us a data classification? Where is this data?
Definitely. In our majority of the industrial facilities depend on the historian, data historian or PI that provides real-time data going to centralized control. And you can YouTube OSPAS, Aramco CEO just took a tour with CNBC and OSPAS and showing all Aramco operations. So that's real-time center. Now, historian by nature provides asset framework. So this data for compressors, and that data is for heat exchangers, and this data is for flaring, for example. And based on this, we can let AI decide if this is a critical data or just something that we can release to the public without any fears of things.
This will take us to the second point, where we're talking about the AI readiness for decision making. Because at the end of the day, if I tell the AI, classify this data for me, and then the AI, for example, classify it for me. I use the AI, the new LLM models, usually when we are building a new product, to tell the AI, tell me what is the possibility. All of the possibility of what would happen is this scenario. Run for me the 5 scenarios, 7 scenarios. But in reality, I'm still taking the decision. It's only exhausting the scenarios for me. But what do you think, Dr. Riyad, about the decision making when it comes to this area?
I'm getting this question a lot, and also getting from different institutions. Like, they just want to have AI. I always ask them like a couple of things, like more like check marks. In order to have AI ready for decision making, you have to have previous steps. Let's say start them like with a simple question. Do you have database? Okay, well, if you have database, that's good. Now, do you have data warehouse? Are you integrating all your database into data warehouse, and you've done all the cleansing, all the integration of that data or not? And then let's go with one more layer, simple one, BI. Do you have business intelligence layers or not? Probably your answer is with certain figures, okay, with certain demography analysis. If you have all that one, and then I'm ready for you to take it to the next step where you implement AI that can give you certain, let's say, knowledge or finding certain pattern. But it depends on your organization. Like, let's say if you are a company, you want to sales, okay, prediction model will help you because you can know your customers and so on. So you have that one, but that one more like bottom-up approach. Let's go the other way around, okay, top-down approach. You need the top management to train them, to show them the benefit of AI. And then when they start, they trust it, start to believe, and then they share how they can use it for their decision-making part. Now, let's start from there. Now, where do you want the AI? Okay. I define it to 3 parts. I call them the 3 C's. Okay, well, everyone heard about AI. Well, I want AI right now with me. So what the AI can do for you? Is it gonna assist me? So do I need like a co-assistant? That's the first C. Okay, do all these simple tasks, like book a flight for me, send an email for me. So it's gonna free my time to do all these simple tasks, and then I focus on the other task. It's important for me. Okay, do we have that one? Not yet. Are they building that one? Maybe. We're gonna have it next year, maybe. I've seen Gemini can do that part. Or then I need the second level of AI. I call them the colleague level. Okay, and we're reaching AGI.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so I need that level where I can discuss the task with my colleague. I want to discuss with AI. Someone can, same knowledge as me. I can benefit from it. So the previous one, I'm giving you like command. Right now, no, I want to discuss it. So we can brainstorm and can do the task. Where are we from that one? Still working on it. Probably the AGI can do it. Now, if you take it for the decision maker, the CEO level and so on.
Yes.
Do they need that, or they need more, one more level? I call the consultant level.
I've heard somebody with propaganda that they're bringing you the CEO replacement of
well,
AI.
it's not there.
It's not there, yes.
But like if you look for the top, like the expert people, they need more the consultant level. I need someone expert in that domain, where when I give them that task, it can actually do it for me, simplify it, give me their recommendation, and then I can make a decision. Do we have that level? Not yet. Are we going to have it soon? Hopefully. Until they figure the AGI and the physical AI, hopefully we can have that one in the future. But that's open for innovation.
Doctor? If you'll allow me to add to this point, I mean, the first thing that you talked about, Dr. Riyad, was really a great way to think about, how can we rely or use, AI, or, I mean, I call it business analytics, to be honest with you.
because business analytics is basically the science of using AI machine learning to drive insights that support decision making. So this is how we call it. So are we ready for it or not? I mean, do you have the infrastructure to support it or not? I will give an example where, I mean, we see a lot of, people talk about it, but in reality, if you scratch, the surface layer and go one level deeper, you will find all of these, complexities and issues and lags, if you can say so. So especially that came really obvious in the non-profit sector. A very important sector that is now supported by the country, but we see a lot of, issues and problems. People talk about AI all the time, and just, give and take. AI is in general. What is AI in specific? ChatGPT ultimately, unfortunately. But, they talk about AI for decision making, AI for decision making that, and this, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, they don't even have, a simple database where they have their own, kind of data for their non-profit, kind of organization or charity. This is a big problem, to be honest with you. Don't just follow the hype because you want to show the people or just market yourself as, you are a digital kind of, of a charity or non-profit organization. So, and we saw that actually in one of the organizations in which we did this kind of application. We saw a lot of challenges in terms of the data. The data spread everywhere. It is not centralized, it's not clean, a lot of anomalies, a lot of problems, a lot of issues. I mean, there's not even a specific definition for some of the, the variables or the data that they have, let alone using them for decision making, because now you have a lot of unclarity or uncertainty. This is a big issue, to be honest with you. And many organizations still have that, either in non-profit or even the profit, kind of sector. Now, I would add to what Dr. Riyad also said about, whether you are ready for AI kind of decisions or not. I mean, let's look at it from this one. I think this is the talk by His Excellency Abdullah Suwah, I think, when he talked about the new leadership or executive, when he said that, if you think about knowledge and risk, and I forget there's something in the middle, basically, what is it exactly? But, AI is becoming much better when it comes to understanding knowledge and helping you in understanding, what is going on and the complexities. At the same time, it knows many things from many different sources, right? It can basically, digest many documents that a human cannot, for example, digest millions and millions of documents, if I can say so. So that's actually, this gives us the capability that, maybe in the past, when you reach high levels in the hierarchy of the organization, actually you read a lot, you were exposed to many experiences. This is something now AI is becoming more powerful in this kind of angle. So it's taken part of your leadership or executive kind of role in the organization. So how can you differentiate yourself and still be relevant as an executive, for example, in an organization, but at the same time make an AI, become as a collaborator or as a colleague, or in the future maybe as a consultant, as Dr. Riyad said? Well, you have to focus more on the risk side of things. And at the same time, you have to focus on more kind of, intelligent aspects. It's not only about being, having this intelligence about what is going on in the organization. It's also about emotional intelligence, social intelligence, cultural intelligence, cybersecurity intelligence, privacy intelligence, data intelligence. If you cannot, as a future leader, do not understand these things and have such kind of intelligence in your mind, then you will become obsolete in this case. And it's not good for many organizations, especially if they are pushing for digitization or transformation and claiming that AI is becoming at the core of the organization in this case. True. What do you think?
Yeah, in the industrial domain, where I see that we are moving from predictive analytics now into more to prospective analytics. Now the AI is telling the operation, for that specific equipment, you can advance or postpone the maintenance. You don't need to shut down every 5 years to fix it, for example. If there's a trip, it will describe what happened and give you a prescription. What do you need to do to fix it to avoid it in the future? But going back to Dr. Mazen's point, human in the loop is always there. So we need that intelligence of the human that will take that as an input, the AI as an input, and then take the proper decision. And this is not only in the leader, this goes into the field engineer and the field operator as well.
Very true. I'll share a very interesting story. This is not an academic one, but I went to my kid, my son. He's in 9th grade. And I told him, listen, I'll teach you how to use Manus. And I want you to do something. And I was experimenting with him. And I teach him how to prompt Manus for opening a drive-through coffee shop. And I told him, just ask him and he will give you the options and then choose. And then if you're confused, again, ask him again. And I let him there playing with Manus for almost 4 hours. Of course, and I told him, if you finish this job, I'll give you whatever. Then he sat there playing with Manus, telling him, I want to open a shop. Where to open the shop? And he started giving him, if you want, and it became education. 4 hours later, he came with a financial model. He came with a financial prospection, homework where he need to go to the market and do it. Some decision that he presumably he decided, but in reality, just like what you just said, Doctor, I don't know why I'm telling Mazen, بقول مروان ما أدري ليش. He surprised me that he made everything perfect, but there's one thing that is missing. He's not a leader. He cannot take the decision. He's confused. He doesn't know if 100,000 riyal or 150 is right or wrong. He doesn't have this gut to make it or not. Even if the AI told him, put the 150, he doesn't know. He doesn't have this. He's just a kid. So imagine somebody who's sitting in the leadership position, getting into the ladder with all of this. I cannot imagine it, to be honest. I understand that it will give us all of the power where we can make better decisions, but I still cannot digest how the emotional intelligence, how the leadership, the entrepreneurship, all of this is not there, right? So I'll move to another area of the leadership itself. We as a leader, and this is also concerning me as a founder of different companies, and also I think concerning majority of the people here, the era of AI, where we should utilize it as a leader. Should we utilize it only in decision making? Is it by having it within our team, having it into our business, getting back again to school, learning how to use the AI, suspecting the data of ourselves? This is an area where the leadership, they need to take decisions. But the AI, will it help us from that perspective? Should we employ it? How much we employ it? I want to hear from you, gentlemen.
I will take that. Okay, well, if you look for the AI, like, let's divide it to machine learning and then AI. Machine learning succeeds where there is actually a pattern. So if there's a repetition pattern, right away deploy machine learning. Okay? Because machine will be better than a human if you are mistaken. So we have to keep that in mind. Now, that's one part. So any workflow, repetition, give it machine learning, okay? You save hundreds of hours, save employees and so on. Now let's go back to the leader. Now AI, again, it's trained in historical data. So if there is a pattern in that data, and you have the same situation, definitely I can help. Okay, we'll give you probably, okay, well, similar here, there's 100 cases similar to you, all they done, you go to that path, that decision, and they succeed. The idea is if something new to you, you are the first one. Okay? It's a tough question, tough problem, and it's become on you. As a CEO, how can you help? How can you solve it? Okay? Well, AI can give you some angle, some analysis, but then you have to make that decision. Now, should I deploy AI or not? Yes, because it can save me a lot on all these smaller tasks, and then I can free myself to actually handle the most difficult task. I see it from this perspective.
If you'll allow me to answer this question, so going back to the basic question, should companies deploy and use AI? Definitely yes. I think all of us in this room agree on that, honestly. But the second question is a really fundamental question. It's like the how, right? Yeah. My approach that I believe in, and it's been successful for many years, especially when you talk about companies that are somehow new to such kind of thing. You should start by looking at, the relevant business use cases. Always start with that. Because ultimately, we are not deploying or want to implement AI for the sake of AI. If this is the mentality of the executives of the organization, then it's a wrong mentality, wrong approach, to be honest with you. Although it is there. It is there, to be honest with you. However, look for use cases where if you implement AI to solve a problem or leverage an opportunity, then you will see the wins. And after that, you will learn, you will build capabilities, and then you will go and include it and implement it even more until you really become an AI kind of driven organization. If you follow this approach, then you do it in the best way possible. You will not only just do it in a sporadic way, in silos, where you will not be actually leveraging and learning what you are doing. And this is actually, we see it in many organizations, all right? But if you do it in this way, this is going to be the best approach on how you can, take advantage of this AI as a technology that is really disruptive by all means.
If you allow me, moving from how to who, I believe we have a dilemma of who is the owner of AI adoption on the corporate level and on all these organizations. Is it the CTO? Is it the CIO? Is it the CISO? Or you see a trend now, companies are initiating a new role as Chief AI Officer.
Yeah. We're discussing this one.
CXO at the end, yeah, but this unclear ownership sometimes leaves some gaps into governance. So it could be done by the technical department, by operation department. Everyone has his own flavor of AI, but they don't have proper ownership. We'll have compliance issues, technical gaps, functionality gaps into them because we don't have corporate governance at the end.
Well, AI should be different. It's not like more vertical. It's horizontal. If they're going to get that part, it's not going to succeed. It's not like having a department of AI and hey, they're going to build all that things. No. It's the entire company, all departments have to benefit from it. I always say like business should drive AI.
Definitely.
It's not AI driving.
The governance, what about that, Dr.
Well, the same thing. Governance is more like they handle the data. But how are you going to benefit AI? You need the culture change. So I need across the entire institution to that part. If I make it like more vertical and then one department, okay, we're going back to the IT department. They're going to be in the basement. They're going to close on themselves. They like to chat, not to talk in the coffee shop. It's a stereotype thing. Same thing with AI. Like, if you make it that part, you're going to see the benefit. You're going to accelerate faster. If you make it more like I want to have a structure and they want to control it, you're going but not there.
One exercise we did it in our company because also we're scared of the changes that we don't know what will happen in it. So we allowed everybody to experiment regardless at the beginning. Why? Because some people, they think it can do everything, right? But in reality, some use cases, right? So unless people, they tried it, they've seen it in the picture. Some people, they think the AI is ChatGPT. So still, it is at this surface level. So what we did is disruptive model. Everybody, you have this quota, we want you to use it in Gemini because we're also with Gemini. Use it, the data that you share it, you have to agree on it, and then do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, come back, tell us what did you do. And then we had a conference where everybody comes there and everybody showed. Surprisingly, you're right, they came with stupid ideas. All can be stupid. And then 2 or 3, they came with brilliant ideas that is really business cases, use cases. And then people, I'm not sure if this is envy or hasad or tanafus or competitive between them. At the end of the day, the people in the next session, they came up, they raised the standard. These 2 guys, they came, and I said some good words for them, you're good, whatever. And then the rest of the team, they start looking at it from the other perspective. And so they start pushing themselves, bringing different use cases. And then, surprisingly, the next day, there was a presentation for one of the product, end-to-end, completely, voice, video, presentation itself, slides, everything was done with the help of AI alone. In the past, we had to have a group of people, the designer, the content creator, etc., etc. Of course, the product manager was there. Then I said, okay, now this is the level where everybody knows what is it. But we stuck there of the real use cases where that pays back. Right? So it became really difficult because it's not easy, especially when it comes to data. Data also, not every time it is very solid. Sometimes it is shaky. I'll move to another area. And this area is the area where we all agree it is very sensitive, but also when we go to the regulation, this is one aspect. But what is the ethics part? Ethics is also sometimes written, sometimes no. It's a very general word. You need to use it and you need to follow it. Especially we are Muslim also. From the other perspective, we have this part of our religion. So I would like to hear from you. Where is the ethics comes in the picture? Sometimes, this is also surprising me, a lot of people, they come for the new Gen Z. It's not us, of course, but the new Gen Z, they went and Reddit and also ChatGPT, and they say, should they lie on this or not? You see, they come to this level. So I think the AI comes with ethics also from the different perspectives. So I would like to hear from you, gentlemen, about this area itself. يلا توكل.
Always start with the regulator.
Regulator.
Well,
متهم.
see, I'm not going to wear the regulation hat, but ethics is more, it's a cultural thing. Like it's how you grow. Like, we learn, certain stuff like, we should not share, or that's haram. It's like, it's not allowing certain. But also we need regulation for that part. So at SADA we have the ethical guide, and also we have the IEEE Center that's responsible for ethics. And then we start to give licensing for companies, in scale from, I think, I remember 1 to 5. Okay, where are the ethical part? You need ethics for AI, otherwise you're going to lose it. Okay, it's more you're not controlling that part. Okay, it's have a huge data, but which part is more relevant? Relevant, more also relevant plus ethical to your case. Okay. Probably something work in the West, it's not going to work here.
True.
Okay, we try it with machine learning. Like I work in building a couple of models for healthcare. The first thing actually we done, we took the model, open source from the West, we started to test it here, failed. Right away it's failed. We are different in culture, everything. So I need that model, I need to customize it here, more make it adaptable, my local data, and then I test it. But when I test it, also I need to test it in local data. It's ethical part. It's in local data. It's not like, hey, it tests in America, should work here. No.
Very true.
Okay. So you need that part. You need it, but you need it to have ethical in the design. And when I say that one, you need to have the human-centric design when you build AI model for that. I leave it to academia.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It should be part of the design, just like, privacy kind of centric designs and so on and so forth. That actually, part of that is the ethical considerations or aspects. But let's be frank about this situation. I mean, we live in a world where we will have a lot of ethics and different interpretations of ethics and applications of ethics. At the same time, those new technologies are disruptive in nature, and each and every time we see these different violations of ethics. And ethics by nature, they are old. Some of them, they are, concrete and actually, part of the communities that they are part of. And it's difficult to move or even change. And many of them will not, change whatsoever. So how can we deal with this kind of, situation? I would argue that, and especially here we're talking about organizations, because they are the ones who are using the data or the technologies, and they are the ones who are creating these kind of technologies also at the same time. I would say that if organizations treat ethics as a strategic aspect, and instead of only looking at it as either mere compliance or just to satisfy the community or the customer, then I think we will have a bigger shift when it comes to how they develop these technologies or apply them or use them, especially when it comes to the things that are related to the individuals, the peoples, and so on and so forth. But it's not something easy, because we know that the main reason for organization to exist is basically to maximize their, they call it the shareholder value, which is ultimately the profit. And with that, sometimes you have to basically break out these, different kind of ethical considerations or aspects in order to generate the money that you're looking for. And let's not forget, what we call the agency, the agent principle kind of, problem or issue, where we have the principals, the owners, and we have the agent who is working for the owners or the principals, and then we have this, pushing for the hidden agenda or their own agenda, and this actually creates again the same issue and problem. So it's a timely, relevant topic when it comes to ethics. Regulations definitely helps a lot in this regard, but let's forget they are slow in progression and development. Each and every day we hear about a new technology. So should we develop new regulations for each and every technology that we have to consider the ethical aspects and satisfy them? It's something. It's problematic in this world. Personally, I have no answer to answer with it, but I just give the suggestion or argument that if organizations treat ethics as something strategic, valuable, then we might see progress in addition to the laws and regulations.
Looking into ethics, to enforce it, I believe, from a technical point of view, we need accountability and monitoring. And I see there's a trend in moving from individual identity to device identity. Each device has an identity to AI model identity. So I would be able to monitor the activities the AI is doing, behavior, and have some behavior analytics. On the other side, we have a dialogue about ethical part in the education and academic domain. So you'll see diverse opinions. Is it ethical to use AI as part of the learning, doing homeworks, or is it considered cheating? So that's one part of the ethical dilemma here.
The ethical part takes us to the last moment of our discussion, and I'm not sure if the team, the people here, bored of our discussion or they're they're enjoying it. But this is the last statement. I would like to hear from you. Where is the near future and the far future that we will see it in the AI from different perspective? It's a opinion where everybody has, but I would like to hear from you. Are we going to evolve more, or this is like what they said in the AI, the era of LLM the bubble itself has stagnated now? Where do you see us, Doctor?
I think we are at just the beginning. We haven't seen the iceberg yet. I mean, if you look for innovation in AI, like what do you need here? We need talent, okay? And we have the young generation. Just wait for them until start to mature enough. We need data, we have it. We need partnership. That's what we're doing. And also we need regulation. We need to combine them all together so we can innovate in AI. Now, what are we going to innovate? It's a tough question. Like I say it's not about building a machine that can think. It's about having a human that can imagine. Okay. Like Samakal said, we need the dreamers. Okay. With AI, we need those dreamers. And the sky's the limit. Okay, we're going to have large language model. Okay, well, it's available. We're going to have multimodality model. We're going to have AGI and so on. But the ultimate thing after we build that stack of AI, the 4 layers, we need the 5th layer is the application layers. And that's where AI going to skyrocket from there.
True. Artificial intelligence is what is known as a GPT, which is a general purpose technology, right? And these general purpose technologies, they are technologies that shift humanity, shift economies and societies, right? And I think there is no technology like AI that really has the highest potential to shift many things that we see in our lives, which is true. Humanity went through these kind of developments and changes and evolutions, right? From the agricultural kind of evolution to the first, second, third, and we are on the fourth, and maybe we're actually in the steps to becoming the 5th industrial revolution, if you want to put some kind of bracketing around the history of humanity. But I think in the short run, we will see a lot of disruption changes because it is unprecedented, something new for every one of us. A lot of hesitation, a lot of problems, a lot of kinds of hiccups, ups and downs. People think about AI from a perspective of automation more than augmentation. But I think in the very long run, and I think this is what Eric Bryn Johnson from Stanford said, that for in the long run, we will see such kind of societal and economic benefits if those different organizations from different sectors think about AI as an augmenter, or that combines the intelligence and the work of humans. Otherwise, if they focus on kind of automation, which can bring some kind of financial value for organizations, but this on the long run will have negative aspects or consequences on both humanities and societies. So I would think that now there's a disruption. Definitely in the future, we will see more kind of the positive impact of AI, and we'll see that inshallah the results in the near future.
Dr. Mazen mentioned the Industrial Revolution 5, which is based on, it's same as sort of based on humans, and Dr. Riyad mentioned the talent, and in the near future, I believe we will see deep integration of AI into our education system from the early stages, where we will get the talent that will fuel having the dreamers that fuel this
and it's happening
transformation.
Today. It's happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what will have a real deep impact on the AI adoption across the country.
Right. With that been said, I think this is the end of our discussion. We don't want to also bore you more with a lot of opinions. Better than say that. فشكرا لضيوفنا بارك الله فيكم جميعا.
That was a riveting session. Yes, please go ahead.
Need mic. Okay, he said AI will eat jobs, so we're going to lose jobs. I disagree with that statement. I think it's going to open more jobs. Okay, job going to change, basically. But that's also a sign for, let's say, the new generation. They have to learn more skills different than what the previous generation learned. I give the example, I think we discussed it, the calculator, When they invent the calculator, all the mathematicians said, well, what are we going to do right now, right? We're going to lose our job. They're going to replace by a calculator. But what happened, we started to teach calculus instead of mathematics. So for the new generation, they have to adopt with all these AI, and they have to learn. Like, learning should not stop. And that's when your career. You should start, keep learning. That's all.
If you'll allow me, so the debate about whether technologies will kill jobs or not, it's since the days of Karl Marx, from the first, the second industrial revolution, and it comes each and every time there's a new GPT or a general purpose technology that comes that is really disruptive. I think the same thing will continue, but now in an accelerated fashion and also with an unprecedented kind of impact. It's not just a mere kind of discussion about whether it will kill or create jobs. It will kill and create jobs, no doubt about that. But I think it's a matter of how can we utilize the AI and combine it with and augment it with humans. And I think this is what should be the urgent debate that we'd have. Jobs will be killed, jobs will be created, no doubt about that. After 5 years, a new technology will come, it will kill jobs and it will create new jobs. So, but I think it's about utilizing such kind of technologies for the sake of positive societal and economic impacts. This is how I see it, in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you for the very informative talk. My question is more coming from academia, so working as in academia in Australia, and we have a big problem right now that we are facing, sort of a problem, that we move from an exam-based system to more kind of a project-based system, where the student assessment assignment was written, and then we check their intellectual skill, critical ability. Then came GPT all of a sudden, and then we have to move again from that assessment-based research report writing to more kind of examination. So I want just to hear from the academia that what Saudi Arabia is doing in that regard to make sure that the students which are submitting their assignment or claiming their assignment, those are genuine assignments, they're genuine learning, not using a ChatGPT or Gemini open assessment or written report, which cannot be detected very successfully. So what is the opinion or what is the Saudi Arabian universities are doing in this specific regard to make sure that assessment or learning, those are genuine and those are authentic?
I'll try to answer this question. Thank you so much. I'm not going to speak about the Saudi scene because I'm not familiar with what is going on, but at least one of the universities, took the conservative side, which is, considering using generative AI tools in assessment, kind of, stuff is considered cheating, as if you are looking for help from another person. We at KFPM or King Fahd University, actually, we actually leveraging, artificial intelligence, especially, generative artificial intelligence. Like, before we started this academic year, actually, we had open AI for 2 weeks in our campus, where they met with, with the leadership of the university, they met with faculty, they met with students, a lot of workshops, a lot of, kind of debates and discussions about how can generative AI be leveraged for the sake of assisting and helping the students, and also in research and academia and faculty. It's disrupting everyone. Some of the students, unfortunately, abuse such kind of technology, which I think it happens with many technologies. But now in a bigger scale that is actually, sometimes will jeopardize their skills that they want them to, basically build during their days in their academics or academic years. But in our university, I think we are pushing for leveraging general artificial intelligence tools. I mean, we have this now, every student has this open AI kind of ChatGPT account, if you can say so. But it's not easy to be done. Still, we are working on stuff. At least I'm talking about my side as Mazen, because I teach business analytics, for example. Personally, I have this kind of, dual approach when it comes to using AI. Because I care about the students learning and developing skills. You are here still, you are between 18 and 22. You graduate when you are 22. You're building skills. You are not, the master of all skills. So you're still developing skills. So in some tasks or assessments, I ask them to not use any technology, try to think, build your skills, abstraction, synthesizing, searching, and so on and so forth. But in other kind of tasks, for example, no, I ask them to use ChatGPT as a tool to, help you think about ideas, refine your thoughts, debate, as it's like your fourth or fifth member in the team, for example, but use it wisely. And this comes with the cost of what? Of following it up, seeing the transparency when they do it, for example. A lot of changes at least happening on my side, but at least in my university, actually, we are going forward with having, AI integrated as part of our teaching. And in fact, we had this label for the first 2 weeks or the 2 weeks before the academic year, we call them teaching with AI. So I think the universities are taking the steps necessary to do that. In addition to that, preparing the future, you kind of say talent. Actually now at King Fahd University, all students are required to take 4 courses. We call them digital foundation courses, where they learn how to, for example, program using Python, what is AI, what is data science, and also what is the different business aspects related to that. So I think at least from our side, we are doing that. We are trying, as I said before, not only catch up, but also trying to be somehow the disruptors in a way and creating the new talent that would drive the economy in Saudi Arabia.
If you allow me, there is an opinion that I always mention it about the new generative AI, that I continue telling people about it. What's happening today? What's happening when the technology came into the picture? Most of the technology that we've been trying to develop it is if then else for a long time of period. The disruptive that is happening today is more than just if then else. It became somebody pseudo thinking in behalf of you. So we need to go back again 200 years, 300 years, and we think about it. How do they do the learning at that time? How do they do the job and stuff like this? A simple story that we were starting a new product because of it. I told the AI how the HR was managed in state in 1950s, because at that time there was no PC. So I want to see how do they manage it. And then I think that was Gemini. And then start giving me exactly what's happening that time. And I said, if we apply the AI today to mimic the old days, and he started giving me where is the clerk job that was there, and today the AI can do it, instead of using the if then else and applying for a vacation. So vacation became a just simple policy. You write it, and the AI will use this policy for you to decide whether they let you go for your vacation or they tell you no, according to policy, no. So even going back again to our history, maybe 200, 300 years, and we ask ourselves, how did we use to convey the knowledge at that moment? And then we apply again the AI, that could be a disruptive also model.
I just want to add, I mean, teaching is something fundamental, but also we have to keep in mind, like, we need to teach the soft skills. The soft skills is going to help the student in the job market. It doesn't matter if you're smart or not, but if you cannot explain yourself, if you cannot explain your idea in a matter like anyone can understand it, let's use this. So I think you need to focus more on that part. AI can help, but enhance the soft skills. Let's see that one, and hopefully they can, have more time focusing on this part.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final questions or comments? Well, once again, can we please thank our eminent guests for a very interesting panel discussion. Professor Salim has a small token of appreciation for you all. So,
thank again for the moderator, for the panelists, for this information. We enjoy all the talk and speech. Thanks a lot to be here. Now, just we honor them. It's just a gift, small gift for you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
take a group photo. After you. Please, please. Let her stand. Let her stand. Am I blocking someone? No.